and that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, item number 4. Collection of votes and proceedings and official reports. Item number 4. Collection of votes and proceedings and official report. Let's take the votes and proceedings. We begin with page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page number 4. Page 5. Page number 6. Page 7. Page number 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page number 11. And finally, page 12. Honourable members, in the absence of any corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 21st sitting held yesterday, 1st March 2022, are adopted as the true record of proceedings. We don't have official report with us today. So we jump to item number 5. Item number 5, urgent questions. Yes, honourable member for Kankwe Central.
Mr. Speaker, you skipped item number 3, formal communication by the Speaker. I want to inquire whether you don't have any formal communication, because lately it's become part of the discussions on the floor in the country. So as you sit, whether you don't have any formal communication from the Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable member for Kankwe Central, I don't have any formal communication for the House. So we move to item number 5, urgent questions. And Honourable Minister for Interior has already taken his seat, ready to answer the questions. And the question stands in the name of a member for Bungugu, Honourable Abednego Azuma Banding. Is the honourable member around? Yes, honourable member for.
Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I can see our colleague, the senior colleague, the Interior Minister, took time to come here. He's been here since 9 o'clock to respond to our colleague. I have indication that with your indulgence, I can ask the question on behalf of my colleague so that the Minister doesn't have to come on another day for the same reason, if you indulge me.
Honourable member for the coup. I believe I've repeatedly said this, that if for whatever reason your question has been advertised and you cannot make time for it, you let the presiding know ahead of time. I don't just come and sit here and the question is asked about the honourable member to ask his question is found nowhere. I think we have to take note about it. Our standing orders actually clarifies that. So I'll allow you to ask that question, but please let's take note of it. It's becoming one too many. Okay, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful for your kind indulgence. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior what measures the Ministry will put in place to curb the increasing cases of armed robbery in the Bunkurugu Nakwanduri district.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the robbery statistics for the Bunkurugu Police District in the Northeast region in the past 2 years has reduced drastically. In 2020, only 1 robbery case was reported in the constituency, while in 2021, 5 were reported, and in 2022, thus far, 0 have been reported. The reduction in number of robbery cases resulted from proactive measures put in place to combat robberies and other violent crimes in the region. These measures include intelligence-led policing, mounting of police checkpoints, escort of commercial vehicles and market women to and from various markets, and organized swoops at criminal hideouts. The police administration will do all it can to ensure total reduction, if not elimination, of armed robbery cases in the country. Thank you. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member for the Crew, any supplementary question?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank our colleague, the Minister for Interior, for the answer. In his answer, he indicated that the robbery statistics actually reduced. Can he actually assure us that this positive trend of reduction can continue into the future? And what steps will be taken to ensure that? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that the police have put in place really serious measures across the country, and I can assure you that we expect a reduction towards elimination and not otherwise. I can assure you that most of the nights I'm privileged to know what is happening. An honorable member of parliament, the police are really proactive now. And of course, we need to acknowledge the cooperation and assistance of the parliament, the way we are supported anytime we bring requests as far as security is concerned. We would make sure that we pursue the president's agenda to make each and every person feel safe in Ghana. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Daku.
Mr. Speaker, I'm satisfied with the answer.
You are done with it. Very well. Then you go on to ask the urgent question B, which stands in the same person.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to ask the Minister for the Interior what steps the ministry is taking to fully restore the Napanduri police station, which was closed 12 years ago.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Napanduri police post was opened in 1965 as a police post, which was later upgraded to police station in the Bunkurugu district. It was closed down in 2012 due to the conflict between the Bimbobas and Kukumbas, leading to the posting of police personnel on duty to the Bunkurugu Yoyo police district under the Napanduri station. Since 2012, personnel from Bunkurugu Yoyo district are deployed on a regular basis to Napanduri township as operational men. In 2019, the rehabilitation of the Napanduri police station was awarded on contract to Win Busumbu Enterprise by the Bunkurugu Napanduri District Assembly. The reconstruction is currently 90% complete and will be operationalized immediately after completion, which is 100%. I know you are very good at percentages, so immediately it's completed. Mr. Speaker, it will be operationalized. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. May I ask the Minister, when is the scheduled completion date for the rehabilitation of the police station? He said work started in 2019, but obviously there will be a planned completion date. When is it expected to be completed under current conditions?
Very well, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as it is, I would say that we would await the completion because, as you know, this was awarded in 2019, and we had the COVID, and now we are actually impressing on the district assembly that we want it fully completed. We hope that it will be completed before the middle of the year. That's what we hope. And immediately it's done, we would make sure operationalize it. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member for the Crew.
Right, Honorable Speaker, when it's eventually completed, what will be the status of that place? Is it going to just be a police station, or there's going to be upgraded to maybe a district police station or something like that? What exactly would it be restored to?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will first operationalize it as a police station. And of course, as we continue to operate, we would then consider the possibilities of upgrading it. But it will be operationalized first as a police station, as it was before it was closed down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I thank our colleague for the assurance. Thank you very much.
Very well. Honorable members, on behalf of the House, let me thank the Minister for Interior for attending upon the House to come and answer 2 urgent questions. Honorable Minister, we are grateful to you and you are hereby discharged. Oh. Okay. You wanted to? Very well.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not coming properly within the rules, but because he's Minister for Interior and Home Affairs, I got through back to Parliament yesterday after traveling to Baku, and I'm frightened what I saw entering Baku. So I just want to draw his attention that let's not take the matter in Baku lightly. On 2 occasions, I was asked that you can't enter here, you can't pass here, you can't go here. That is the extent of the hate manifesting in excessive arms in wrong hands. And citizens are just sitting across, not relating to each other as they used to. Mr. Speaker, sorry I've not come properly. So driving back, I've been frightened. And I think that the deteriorating security situation in Baku must receive the necessary and urgent attention of you as Minister for Interior and probably also for national security. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Minister, this is not a question, this is just information, unless you want to also tell the House something. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the minority leader for raising the matter of Boko, which is very important to the security of this country, and to assure that it all started with simple suspicions, and later on we deployed both military and police. When we did that, it was an ordinary deployment until we were shocked by some occurrence which wasn't easily understood. It didn't involve the major stakeholders. And in view of the fact that it's near a border where you have the extremists being close the last time about 20 kilometers, there is reinforcement, Honorable Minority Leader, there is reinforcement, and if you went there, you would have also seen the heavy, armor that has been deployed. We are also conscious of the fact that that alone is not adequate, so we are deploying the Peace Council to engage the area, and the intervention of the Peace Council will bring down the tension that you saw, but we are prepared to make sure that the status quo is respected and maintained, and that no lawlessness is going to be tolerated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And you've already been discharged anyway. I believe the minister responsible for gender is not yet in. Yes.
Speaker, I've communicated with the minister a while ago. She's just entering the premises of Parliament. And Speaker, you had also indicated that you have admitted a couple of statements. So can we please take the statement, after which we can revert back to the normal questions.
Minority leadership, can you do that? The minister is here to enter the chamber. So whilst waiting for him, can we take one statement?
So Mr. Speaker, we can take one statement whilst we wait for the minister to come. Okay.
Honorable members, all right, the minister is even in, so we take the normal course. So, Minister, may you take your seat. So, honorable members, let's turn to page number 3 of today's order paper. Question item number 6. Question 255. Question 255. And the question stands in the name of a member for Keita, Honorable Kwame Gapi. I'm still not mentioning the middle name.
Mr. Speaker, the middle name is usually.
Very well.
There is happiness always, happiness or resting.
Good. The minister is now available, so you may answer your question.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity once again. I rise to ask the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection what steps the ministry is taking to ensure openness in the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty LEAP program for all deserving citizens.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your kind permission, I just wanted to state that I have to go and launch the International Women's Day celebration at Alisa. That's why I was a bit held up in traffic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the selection of beneficiaries under the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty program is a transparent process. Eligibility for LEAP is based on poverty status and having at least one of the 3 demographic conditions, such as households with orphans or vulnerable children, elderly, poor, and persons with extreme disability. Initial selection of poor households is done through a community-based process and is verified centrally with a proxy means test. Within the category of extreme poor, the program further targets households with 1 or more persons who are over 65 years of age, persons living with a severe disability, and caregivers of orphans and vulnerable children. As a result of a new initiative known as LEAP 1000, the program also targeted households with a pregnant woman and children below 1 year of age in the year 2016. As a result of a new, this list, Mr. Speaker, of those who qualify is shared with the communities for validation through community debtors. The ministry is currently building a database of the core poor in Ghana under the Ghana National Household Registry. So far, we have collected data in Upper East, Upper West, Northeast, Savannah, and Northern regions. This is to facilitate the targeting of the poor for social interventions, including the LEAP program. We are, Mr. Speaker, about piloting a reassessment of the beneficiaries under the LEAP beneficiaries to enable us graduate and exit those who are no longer extremely poor and bring on board other deserving beneficiaries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable Member, any follow-up question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the Minister for coming. My supplementary question, based on the answer provided by the Minister, the last paragraph, you say this is to facilitate the targeting of poor for social interventions, including LEAP. I would like to find out from the minister what other social intervention is she referring to?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have various forms of help that we give to the poor, and we work with some of these donor agencies to help them. For instance, we have programs that target households without good sanitation, for instance. And we have a program that they can access funding to also have it. And these are especially for those who are poor and sick. And we do some of these things, but mainly is the LEAP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Any further question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I also like to find out from the minister. He make mention of the ministry is currently building a database for core poor in Ghana under the Ghana National Household Registry. I would like to find out how long will this database take to commence? How long will it take so that the registration will finish? How long will it take?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I listed out, these are in the Upper East, Upper West, Northeast, Savannah, and Northern regions, and it's a World Bank sponsored program. Mr. Speaker, I just received the report on my desk on Monday, so we are going to study and analyze and come out with timelines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very well. Honorable Member.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. My last supplementary question.
Come again.
My last supplementary question.
Very well.
I would like to find out from the minister how often does registration take place? Because in the second paragraph, it says eligibility of LEAP is based on poverty status and having at least one of the three demographic conditions, such as households with orphans or vulnerable children. How often does it take place?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if the Honourable Member could repeat the last part of his question. I didn't get it. Thank you.
Honourable, may you repeat your last question?
I said the minister mentioned that they always do, capture those vulnerable groups. How often does it take place?
Mr. Speaker, it's an ongoing process. As we equip them and they are empowered, then we exit them through. So it's a continuous process. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, Member for Sora.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to find out from the minister. When was the last time the ministry enrolled beneficiaries onto the program? When was the last time the ministry got new members enrolled onto the system?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the Honourable Member that specifically I'll get the time and give the notice to him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Ketu South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Honourable Minister the possibility of having a special concession for all the people in the tidal wave communities that were affected last year to benefit from LEAP. How is that possible? And what should we do to assess that facility? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker. Special concessions are made for people who are disaster-ridden, like the flooded areas, as well as the Apiache areas. We are still waiting for funding. As soon as we do get, we will roll out. We've collected some data to that effect. So as soon as we get money, we will see to that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable. Yes. Let me hear you, Godfred.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Just to find out from the Minister,
When was the last time you paid the beneficiaries of the LEAP program?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have arrears of 4 months, and that is the fact. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, we move to question number 376. Question number 376. And the question stands in the name of a member for Bulsa South, Honorable Clement Apak. Honorable, the Minister is available. May ask your question now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection if the ministry is aware that the Upper East region recorded the most teenage pregnancies in Ghana in 2020, and what the ministry is doing to ensure that the region does not record the 6,533 cases it did going forward.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is fully aware of the situation in the Upper East region and is implementing a 5-year strategic plan to address adolescent pregnancy in Ghana, and this was launched in 2018 to 2020. This is to remedy the situation. Also, the ministry, together with stakeholders, undertook the following initiatives to reduce the phenomenon. 1, we formed parent advocacy groups and trained parents as advocates to support the sensitization drive on preventing adolescent pregnancies. We formed a regional child protection committee, which meets quarterly to deliberate on interventions by various stakeholders in preventing adolescent pregnancies. We engaged traditional leaders in the districts on how to create awareness on sexual and gender-based violence, including abstinence among adolescents, to curb adolescent pregnancies. We trained queen mothers in mentoring adolescent girls on sexual and reproductive health rights, sex education, and abstinence, these queen mothers serve as mentors to the adolescent children. Adolescent youth, I should say. We also engaged the public through radio discussions on issues around adolescent pregnancy. We also embarked on school outreach programs to educate pupils and students on their sexual and reproductive health rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Apak, any further questions?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, I appreciate the detailed response that the Minister has given. Mr. Speaker, my follow-up question is this. Research shows that as far as the Upper East is concerned, most teenage pregnancies are the products of what is described as transactional sex. Transactional sex is defined as the implicit assumption that sex is exchanged for material goods or other benefits, including the desire to own cell phones and even sometimes to eat noodles, as well as the desire to procure sanitary pads. Would the minister consider a program that would supply sanitary pads to young girls in the Upper East region to reduce the tendency for them to engage in transactional sex?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering who is at the other end of the transactional arrangement, because left to the purchasing and supply of sanitary pads alone, I don't think the girls will be going in for this illicit sex. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, people lure them. And who are these people? These are the questions that we should ask ourselves. At the end of the day, There is a program by NGOs and other agencies that do supply some of these sanitary towels. But a phone, for me, is a different kettle of fish altogether. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Clement Park. Any?
Mr. Speaker, it's important that we speak about these issues openly, honestly, and transparently. The minister is right. Who is at the other end? Unscrupulous men. And some of these teenage pregnancies as a result of rape and defilement. In that context, I would want to find out from the minister if she would support the idea of establishing a sex offenders database.
Sex offenders database. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will support it, but I think the law enforcing agencies should be the right agencies to have this data. We can supply all the information, evidence-based information, sure, and we have a few on our files, but it's not restricted to only the Upper East region. It's all over the country, all over the world. But specifically, if we are tackling it in Ghana, we will support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable Dr. Sabastian.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Just to find out from the minister, because he said the minister is fully aware of the situation. What are the factors driving teenage pregnancy in the Upper East region? What are the factors driving teenage pregnancy in the Upper East region? Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister, I don't know whether you got the question. Did you get the question? Honorable Doctor, may you repeat the question?
A proposal or a suggestion or so, yeah.
Mr. Speaker, in the minister's answer, she says the ministry is fully aware of the situation of teenage pregnancy in the Upper East region and has proposed interventions. I'm just asking, once the ministry is fully aware, what are the driving factors, the factors that are leading or causing teenage pregnancy in Upper East region? I hope my question is clear now.
Minister, are you minded to answer the question? You're okay. Very well.
Very clear, Mr. Speaker. I thought the honorable member gave a few scenarios as to why these girls are impregnated earlier than necessary. And they are the hard facts. If there are any to add, we can add that. But primarily, people lure them. People lure them. Some are raped, some are defiled by very close people, relatives, friends, teachers, etc., etc. So these are the hard facts that we must face. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister indicated in her answer that they have formed parent advocacy groups to train parents in those affected areas. I would like to find out from the minister how effective has this group been, especially in the Upper East region. What mechanism have they put in place to determine the effectiveness of the various groups in the Upper East region?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like I listed out, we have a multifaceted approach to resolve the problem. But indeed, the parents, caregivers, and guardians, they are the first contact with the victims. So if we do those advocacy very well in our homes, we can control the situation. That will be the first point of call. And I believe that these quarterly meetings that we have with them to monitor will bring out the successes and areas for improvement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Why? Why is that all of you are still not satisfied with the question? Yes, let me come to Wa West.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to ask the Minister a question. We all do know that strategies work better if they become everybody's everyday business. Your strategy was launched since 2028. For 5 years, it's ending in 2022. It was within this period that Upper East recorded this huge number of teenage pregnancies. Do you think your strategy is on course? Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Peter, may you repeat the question?
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you.
Members.
The question is, if you have a strategy that is supposed to work for 5 years, from 2018 to 2022, in 2020 or 2021, Upper East recorded over 6,000 teenage pregnancies. And I'm saying that a strategy can only work better if it becomes everybody's everyday business. Is your strategy on course regarding the Upper East situation? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, indeed, it should be everybody's problem. That is why I said it's a national, I wouldn't say crisis yet, but canker that we need to resolve. And the figures have been requested for. So mid-year will review and can come back to the House with results. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honourable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister, you are Supervisory Minister for that ministry. It's appreciated. As we speak, for the first time in this Parliament, we have 40 women. We have 40 women in this Parliament, which has never happened before. You've just indicated that you just launched the celebration. I'm not sure we got an invitation, but I'm sure over the next few hours.
Honourable Member.
I'm coming to a question, Mr. Speaker. Please allow.
Go on.
Please allow.
But just be straightforward, please.
So, I admit that I don't know what's in the statement that you released. But seeing that we have 40 women here, is it possible for you to use us as ambassadors to work towards reducing the numbers of our children who are getting pregnant across the country? Because my constituency is in the list of constituencies with high numbers of teenage pregnancies. You have ambassadors in this room. Would you consider that going forward? Thank you.
Very well. Yes, Honourable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. This morning's launch, with your kind permission, was for the media. And we will seek permission to read a statement on that day as well in Parliament. We have our chair and ranking also liaising with the ministry on the program that we have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to answer the honourable member's direct question, Mr. Speaker, yes, indeed, women can be the best ambassadors, but we also need the males and the men to also advise those. It takes two to impregnate. So I believe the most effective, if I have to choose, Mr. Speaker, will be that we use the men mostly, and then the women will act as mentors and role models for them as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I'm leaving here the two. Okay, let me come to Tamale North.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Somebody else.
Tamale North.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me commend the Supervising Minister for her response. It's hard to be judgmental because she's not the substantive minister. But one answer that she gave, Mr. Speaker, is the reason why I am following up. It has to do with the honorable member's question relating to transactional sex. The Speaker, indeed, there may be victims in this case, but it is not every time that they are unwilling victims. You may say they are needy victims. They are needy victims who can also lure because of the benefit of, like he said, sadly, to even procure parks. They can also lure. So, Mr. Speaker, I want the minister to answer the question of what the state may be doing for girls who may be in such need of simple hygienic items like pads and educational materials that will help them further their education. To leave it to NGOs and others, as her answer suggested, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, is not a good enough response to the question. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister, did you get the question? Honorable members, at times we make the ministers a bit confused, because the prelude to the main questions becomes too lengthy, to the extent that the minister may even lose focus. So let's get straight to the question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am rightly guided. I just was attempting to lay a very solid foundation, but if that is considered unnecessary, let me go straight to the question. The minister, in her answer to what the state is doing to provide the needs of girls who are either lured or, because of that need, lure others to provide those needs for them, said that the NGOs are in the business of providing things like the sanitary pads. I am asking what the state is doing to cure the need of these girls for, to prevent them being taken advantage of, or they using others to supply those needs for them.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there hasn't been any empirical proof that indeed these girls who are in these transactions do that primarily for money to buy sanitary towels. It was an appendage to the premise being laid by the honorable member. Yes, we do not have a state budget to purchase sanitary towels for people. What we solicit NGOs and agencies to do is to help vulnerable areas with those problems. And Mr. Speaker, that will be my answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The final supplementary question I'm admitting. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And to thank the Minister for responding to this question. I worked briefly with an NGO, and one of the factors that is causing the high teenage pregnancy in the region is poverty. And the reason is that what happens is that during holidays, most of these teenagers will travel to the cities to look for jobs so that they can get some money to go back to school. That is the main cause. I want to ask whether the minister will take steps to identify some of these young people who to do some skills training, so that this giving them skills that they can engage during the break, and then probably also helping in the dry season gardening that can help them stay back at home when they go on break. That's my question. Please.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are several interventions for such girls. Some do have their children, and the children are taken by their mothers or guardians, and they go back to school. Some are trained in other skills, like hairdressing, dressmaking, catering, etc., etc. So those programs are already on board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Let me come to you, Honorable Member for Eurokrobo, Honorable Abed Tete Nyakuti, on question number 378. Question number 378. Honorable Member, if you have...
I'm here.
Okay, very well. So you may ask your question.
Okay. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Gender, Children and Protection when the school feeding program will be extended to the following schools in the Ilokrobo municipality: Apeswa Primary, Bisiasi Dongwano RC Primary, Esu Yilo Primary, Klu Agogo Presbyterian Primary, Klu Agogo RC, Klu Agogo Anglican, Klu Agogo MA, Nkrakan MA, Insutapen Methodist, Obuale Methodist, Pepetifi MA, Sawe MA, Chermatin Dongwano MA, Abwa Osoboninya Basic School, Insutapon MA, and Chakachakam MA.
Very well. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, currently the expansion of the program is on hold. We are clearing all arrears of caterers and putting in place measures to ensure effective and efficient service delivery to all beneficiary schools, as well as the caterers. We are also putting in place a management information system to enhance efficiency and effectiveness of the system. We shall surely inform this August House when we are ready to expand the program to cover additional schools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Abbott, any supplementary question?
Honorable Speaker, I have a follow-up question. Honorable Minister, in 2019-2020 academic year, the instructional hours for basic schools was extended from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. This year, the Ministry of Education sought to extend the hours to 4 p.m. What will your ministry do to ensure that we don't keep our children in school unnecessarily for too long when we cannot provide food for them?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we as a government for this nation provide one hot meal to the children in school. Keeping the children beyond a particular period of time is not the prerogative of the Ministry for Gender, Children and Social Protection. It's squarely under the Ministry of Education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Abbott.
Right, Honorable Speaker. In paragraph 3 of the Minister's response, in paragraph 2 of the Minister's response instead, she said that the Ministry is putting the management information system to enhance efficiency and effectiveness of the system. For me, this is purely a project. What is the completion date of this project?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the software developers have submitted their final documents, and we are going to view it with His Excellency the Vice President. After that, we can have the timelines of implementation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. This is a constituency-specific question, so no other supplementary question from any member. So
right.
We move to question.
Right, Honorable Minister. I have my last question.
Let's hear you. Let's hear you. Go on.
Okay. This is actually a suggestion to the minister. Why don't you want me to ask my question? Right? Right.
Honorable Member, just address the chair. Go on.
Honorable Minister, if the Ministry of Education is extending instructional hours for primary and KG from 2 to 4 o'clock, I suggest that the ministry should collaborate with your ministry, because we'll be keeping the children in school 2 extra hours. So this is my suggestion to you.
Anyway, this is a suggestion, so it doesn't demand an answer. Honorable members, we move to question number 515. Question number 1515. And the question stands the name of Honorable Seidu Isifu. Seidu Isifu, Honorable, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection what the ministry is doing to support the Gambaga witches camp to take care of the alleged witches. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the issue of how the ministry is supporting the Gambaga witches camp, the ministry has engaged traditional and opinion leaders to discuss issues around violence against women, gender stereotypes, attitudes and beliefs that condone violence. As part of the engagement, a communique was issued which drew the attention to the need to stop witchcraft accusations. This is barbaric, backward, and inhumane, and does not have a place in modernity. In addition, a team from the ministry led by the then minister in the year 2020 also visited the camps in the northern part of Ghana, which include Gambaga Witches Camp in the East Mamprose district. She interacted with them and supplied them with mattresses, pillows, clothes, veils, slippers, foodstuff, among others. In addition to this, they were also given personal protective items such as nose masks and sanitizers. Again, the inmates of the camps were given 2 cycles of LEAP cash grant as emergency support and enrolled onto the LEAP program and the National Health Insurance Scheme as beneficiaries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Isifu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister has alluded in paragraph 2 that a team of personnel from the ministry visited and made some donations to the alleged witches. Now, the question is this. These food items are not sustainable. On this particular visit, the minister cut sod for the construction of a mechanized borehole. And since then, this has not been constructed. I want to find out from the minister when exactly they will go back to site and complete this borehole. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am not aware of this promise, so I'll find out if there is the need. Fortunately, I'm in charge of sanitation, water resources, so I'll take it up and will provide one if necessary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Isifu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to thank the Minister for this assurance, and certainly I'll follow up to see how quickly we can take care of this need. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, this particular camp has gotten support over the past 16 years from a Canadian NGO. The intention of the managers of this camp is usually to keep them after a while, then they will reintegrate them back into their society. And this is the role the NGO has played over the past 16 years. Unfortunately, this year, the NGO has pulled out. So I want to find out from the minister, is she in a position to intervene to assist the camp to integrate these inmates back into their communities? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our sociocultural setup is such that once you accuse someone of witchcraft, getting back into the same community is almost impossible. And it's a personal choice. No one can force people to move from wherever they are to another place unless and until they decide to do so. I'm aware of the problem, but I wouldn't be the one to decide. If there's any support to give, the ministry, I'm sure, will give it. But we know it's a problem. That's why the NGO has pulled out. People don't want to go back because they will be ostracized, they will be looked upon, and they will be insulted. And we don't want the elderly women to go through that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If I thought you've exhausted your time. Come again.
Second one, right, Honorable Speaker.
I give you the last lot, please.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, right, Honorable Speaker. I just first and foremost, Mr. Speaker, want to make a correction. The witches camp or the Gambaga inmates some time ago were about 150 inmates, and through this NGO that has worked with them for the past 16 years, managed to integrate almost half of the inmates back into their communities. So, right, Honorable Speaker, the integration exercise is working very well. This NGO decided to pull out because they had challenges with funding.
Honorable member, question.
So I just want to put it on record that it is possible to reintegrate them, and it is something that the minister should look at. Now, my last question. The minister also mentioned in paragraph 3 that the inmates were supported with the LEAP program. Now, this program is in arrears for about 4 months, as the minister has alluded. I want to find out when exactly are they going to be paid? These are very vulnerable women who have nothing to do, they are depending on that. Can you tell us when exactly these monies will be paid to them? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I cannot, as I stand here, but we are chasing it every day of the week. So as soon as we do access the money, they will be paid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, this constituency specific. This Nalugu Gambaga constituency question. So I'm not extending any backpass to anybody. We move to question number 724. Honorable, no, I'm not giving you the opportunity. Question number 724. Honorable members, please bear with me. Question number 724, and the question stands the member for Eswejaman. Eswejaman. Honorable Kofi Adams, you are not Eswejaman.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm not. But I have his permission, Mr. Speaker, to seek your leave to ask his question for him. As you are very much aware, he's just a native.
Okay, let's hear you.
All right. Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise to ask on behalf of Honorable Thomas Nyaku Ampen, the Minister of Children and Social Protection, what measures are being taken to ensure that teenage mothers return to school or learn a trade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, in collaboration with other stakeholders, specifically the Ghana Education Service, has undertaken specific interventions to ensure that all adolescents are fully empowered to prevent early and unplanned pregnancies. The ministry is currently carrying out the following. We formed parent advocacy groups and trained parents as advocates to support the sensitization drive on preventing adolescent pregnancies. We have formed these regional child protection committees, which meet quarterly to deliberate on interventions by various stakeholders. We've engaged 30 traditional leaders on how to create awareness on sexual and gender-based violence, including abstinence among adolescents. Trained queen mothers in mentoring adolescent girls on sexual and reproductive health rights. We've also engaged the public through radio discussions on issues around adolescent pregnancies. We've also embarked on schools outreach to make sure that we educate pupils and students on their sexual and reproductive health and rights. The Girls Education Unit of the Ghana Education Service has designed a policy document titled Guidelines for Prevention of Pregnancy Among School Girls and Facilitation of Re-Entry into Schools After Childbirth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for the elaborate answers, especially the preventive aspect. But I want to find out from the Minister if there is any special program for training them in any trade for those who don't want to get back to school. So that part of the question was not tackled in the answer that has been provided. Those who want to learn trade, whether there's any special arrangement from the ministry for after-birth mothers.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if I heard the Honourable Member right, he's asking if we have special interventions for those girls who don't want to go back to school. Mr. Speaker, the question was specific, that what measures are being taken to ensure that teenage mothers return to school or learn a trade. And I think we have given those answers. For those who want to go back to school, they are readmitted. For those who do not want to go back, they are trained in skills. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's because I didn't see the part of the skill training. But if I may ask the Minister specifically if she can give us an outline of some of the skill training programs available for these matters.
No. No. Then you file a separate question.
Mr. Speaker, I thought the Minister said we have some training program, and that's what the owner of the question, after going through the answers, thought I could do follow up on. If there are some special...
They answer the question, so...
Thank you.
The girls are put into training to come out as hairdressers. They are trained in catering. They are also trained in trading. They are also trained in dressmaking and any other vocation that they are interested in. At times, they are empowered with incentives, cash or in kind, to make sure they ply their trade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, deal.
Right, Honourable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to probe further on the question that will be asked by Honourable Thomas Ampem-Nyakon from Sojaman. Madam Minister, in your answer, you enumerated a lot of measures. I want to know whether you have a particular scheme to measure the effectiveness of these measures that you've been adopting.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the monitoring results can be provided, but later. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honourable Minister, on behalf of the House, I would like to thank you for attending upon the House to answer, is it 5 questions? We are grateful you are here by discharge. Yes, we now move to item number 7.
Yes, Speaker, indeed, item 7. And Speaker, if you may, leader, I'm aware, has had some communication and, to put out a statement. I'm aware you've already admitted one statement already. So if you may allow him to make his as a first statement. So that there are 2 statements. I'm aware there are 2 statements that you have admitted. I'm seeking your leave for us to take the first one in the name of the Honorable Deputy Leader, Majority Leader. And then afterwards, we can move on to the next one.
Very well. Leader, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this treasure space to make this solemn statement in honor of former members of Parliament of this Fourth Republic, whose efforts has enriched parliamentary jurisprudence. Mr. Speaker, oftentimes we read tributes and we only remember our colleagues when they pass on to the Parliament above. And I felt that on a solemn day like this, being the beginning of Lent, Ash Wednesday, I should use this moment to say some few words in honor of members of this House who have contributed to the democracy of this country. There is no doubt that this 8th Parliament is a unique Parliament. Yesterday, in a conversation with a good friend, Honorable Al-Hassan Suhini, he said that we must make the best out of this Parliament because perhaps we may never have an 8th Parliament like this. So with all the negatives, we must make the best out of this Parliament and stand tall. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ben Kumbo, Honorable Do Ajaho, Honorable Ajay Mensah, Honorable Celestete Mensah, Honorable Kandapa, Honorable J.H. Mensah, E.T. Mensah, Honorable Kwabena Ejei, Honorable J.H. Owusu Achampon, Honorable W.O. Buafo, Honorable Felix Owusu Ejapon, Honorable Freddie Blay, Papa Owusu Ankoma, Honorable Hannah Tete. The very few that come to mind for this purpose. Mr. Speaker, they made their name. If you go into Hansard, you will see the very great contributions they made to enrich our democracy and make Parliament attractive. Mr. Speaker, even now in this House, if you hear the voice of great men like Honorable Eric Opoku, our leader, Honorable Cheme Sabonsu, our first Deputy Speaker, Joe Osewusu, Mr. Speaker, their contributions leave you in that indeed this House is made of substance. Mr. Speaker, we have great advocates on this House floor who make their contributions, and I believe the time has come for us to compliment them and urge them on. Mr. Speaker, anytime the minority leader is on his feet, I listen to him with rapt attention. It really doesn't matter his views about government, but Mr. Speaker, it is about the substance in his submission. So, Speaker, on a day like this, I want members to join me in celebrating the greatness
of these patriots of our country. We must remember all that they did and they continue to do for Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I cannot end without having few words in honor of my own respected colleague and senior brother, Dr. Mark Esebe Yeboah. Mr. Speaker, today is his 48th. He's 4 years my senior. I am 44. He is 48. Yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker, the small boy shall grow. Mr. Speaker, this great friend entered this house, and the record has it that he is a PhD economist, a contemporary monetary economist of our time. He has double masters. He represented the good people of Kofodia, that's a New Job in South. And Mr. Speaker, he was in this for 8 years and became the chairman of the Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, the contribution Dr. Esebe Yeboah made on this House floor is known to all of us. And he's one person who took it upon himself to mentor his own colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I benefited from his knowledge and wisdom, and I want history to record all his teachings and tutorials. He joined many seniors to train his own colleagues who were first-timers. Today is his birthday. He's no more with us in this House floor, but Mr. Speaker, if I'm celebrating men of honor in this House, I cannot miss his name, especially the role he played in my own parliamentary career. I thank him so much, and Mr. Speaker, I believe that many great men with us will continue to mentor the young ones to build capacity and to build confidence. Mr. Speaker, advocacy on this House floor doesn't come easy. It doesn't come easy. You need to build capacity. You may have your PhD, you may be a chartered accountant, you may be a professional, you may be having your years of experience. But this House has its own unique characteristics. You need somebody to run you through the rules. You need somebody to guide you on how to advocate and put across your case. So, Mr. Speaker, hate him or love him, Chairman Sabonso is there. Hate me, him or love him, my good friend, Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying he's notorious. My good friend Mutaka Mubarak is there. When it comes to procedure, he would always hold his rules book, make his point. Mr. Speaker, we are all of the same stock. We've all sprung from the same stock. And we are partakers of the same nature and sharers in the same hope. There's one Ghana and there's one Parliament. Let us complement each other and celebrate each other and make the best out of our enterprise in this House. Mr. Speaker, if you see members of Parliament who have exited and the kind of situation they find themselves, it reminds us of the need for us to bond and bond properly. It is not always about NDC and MPP, as Honorable Kennedy Japan put it some years back. It's about the relationship. So, Speaker, if we allow this NDC, MPP to continue to divide us, we'll continue to polarize the politics, and Mr. Speaker, nothing good will come out of it. The time has come for the political class to know that it must champion the national interest in a manner that the people of Ghana will respect them, that these are men of honor who have been called to duty, and their commitment to national assignment is unmatched. Mr. Speaker, the image of Parliament, according to research, is at an all-time low what can we do? Even the way we engage each other in the media, the way we discuss issues, we must rise above board. Demonstrate respect for each other. Be courteous in manners. The way we speak on matters, even when we disagree. Mr. Speaker, we've all erred in one way or the other. But today is the beginning of Lent. Mr. Speaker, I had a mass this morning. I took communion and Father administered the ash on my forehead. The 40 days ahead of us, I look forward to a day, a moment, a period of reflection. And I make this call on all colleagues that we take this opportunity to reflect and know that we need not undermine each other. We need not look for the fall of the other for us to rise. It is never so. That the day that, Mr. Speaker, the grand level of all human greatness reduces us to the same state, we'll proceed with pride that we served our nation and we are proud of our contribution to nation building. Mr. Speaker, with this, I shall thank you. Obviously, members are anxious to make their own comments in support of this statement. I thank you so much, and I once again wish Dr. Mark Kwame Esebe-Yeboah a happy 48th. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, let him come to you, Honorable Member for Ododio Odio.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by the Deputy Majority Leader, Honorable Apenyo Markin. Right, Honorable Speaker, I totally agree with him on two issues he has raised. Sentimentally, I see the life of a lot of our colleagues who left this house, and I feel sad. It is something that, as we reflect on this statement, we must go back and look at whether the exit regime in place in this house is good enough to enhance the image of this house that we are talking about. Because it is appalling for you to see a fellow member of this house exiting and living a life of squalor and deprivation. Some of them exiting this house could not even take care of their own medical expenses. Some of them died in a very horrible state. Some of them will say, whilst we are working. Right now, Speaker, the demands on members of parliament makes it extremely difficult for members of parliament to sit down and critically do the right savings or pension schemes to be able to take care of them. In fact, when they have even exited this house, there are still pressures on them, because the people on the ground there do not know the difference between a retired MP and a sitting MP. They will still come to you with their problems. So it is important that as we reflect on our contributions in this house, we must also start taking account of the life after this house and see what meaningful mechanism can we put in place to at least cushion members who exit this house and take on life after here. The other issue he raised is the attrition. And this, I want to cite the majority leader. Being in this house, he has severally lamented on the attrition rate in this house. He mentioned Mark Esebe-Yeboah, wonderful person. But the question is that, now who calls him? Now who calls him? Because if you sell your color TV to buy black and white, you will suffer to watch. I'm not making reference to Mark. I'm talking about the generality. sometimes people don't look at the contributions members of parliament make. People look at, let me say, patronage, money, and other things. Fine MPs have left this house. Fine MPs have left this house. And the house has become worse off. Because the people out there don't look at the contribution of the person in the house and to the development of the country, but look at personalities. Look at individuals, names. If, but for God, find MP like the Honorable Speaker sitting there, will have been out. But for God, we'll have lost you. In fact, we will have lost you. We wouldn't have had somebody like you sitting there and performing this wonderful role as the second deputy speaker. We should be grateful to God Almighty that you are sitting here today. And I'm just saying it because as politicians, sometimes we in this house sabotage our own colleagues out there because of one reason or the other. We are in this house and all of us know, I know some of the members here who will go to another person's constituency and help in upstaging him in primaries. And that cohesion, that love for one another will persist in advancing the cause for it. Because the investment parliament makes in an MP for a term is so huge. You cannot buy it anywhere in any academic institution. And so if after one term the person is thrown out, how will it feel to have another resources invested in another person who comes the next time? So I agree totally with my colleague that we should carefully examine these issues and see how we can make this house richer by retaining the good materials that we have and also assisting our people when they leave this house to live a meaningful life out there. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving the opportunity to contribute to the statement.
Yes, let me come to you, Swedru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to add a few words to what my colleagues have already put across. Today we are here celebrating these great men who have held various leadership positions in the House. Mr. Speaker, they did not attain those enviable positions as a result of them maybe coming to this house for just a term or two and then going back or being voted out. They stayed in for a while to build on the various capacities or the experiences that they have for the past years they have been able to build up. So it calls for all of us, especially those who have sent us here. We need to let them understand that we can also one day become leaders or those with those enviable qualities if we stay for long and be able to learn the nitty-gritties in the house. Mr. Speaker, you can't just come to this house for a term or even two and be able to know everything. It takes time for you to be able to understand the rudiment of the work that we do here. So sometimes it's very difficult when you see a colleague who just come in and maybe at the peak, at his peak, will take him out or remove him. And Mr. Speaker, one thing too that I want to speak about it, and which my colleague, Honorable Nilante Vanderpoy, has already spoken about it. Mr. Speaker, out there, the impression has been created that the MPs, sometimes I even argue with some people, oh, they give them this, they give them fuel coupons, they have that. Mr. Speaker, how many MPs, none of the MPs sitting here, who gives you that fuel coupon? We buy fuel from our own pockets. We buy it from our own, but out there, the impression has been created that they give. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it is important that we have to, as members, we have to also plan to build ourselves. Whilst we are building ourselves in-house, we should also build the capacity out there when we are exiting, because we are not going to stay here for long or forever. One day, we will leave this house. Leaving this house, life outside is what's most important to us. And I want to encourage everybody here. It doesn't take, let's say, a very huge thing to plan for your exit. The moment you enter this house, you may want to plan for your exit, because you don't know whether the next morning or the next election cycle, maybe you are going out. So let us, as members, if collectively we can't do it, then I will urge individually, you have to plan properly so that when you exit, life outside will not be miserable for you. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I want to just end here so that my colleagues also can contribute. Thank you.
Yes, honourable member for the.
Right, Honourable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. And I want to thank my colleague, the Deputy Leader, for this statement. Mr. Speaker, it's not easy to reflect on your own lot and then make a bold statement. So I thank him for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, without a doubt, Parliament has shaped this country. The very reason people even have the capacity to question what we do, why the citizens question what the judiciary do, why the citizens question what the executive do, is simply because of the laws and things we produce in this house. Mr. Speaker, in effect, Parliament even reinforces the voice of the people to be able to demand what is rightfully there. So I think the statement made by my colleague is very important. Mr. Speaker, do we have an alternative to Parliament? I don't think so, Mr. Speaker. In my view, Parliament is the definition of democracy. Mr. Speaker, there are many countries in this world we will call countries, but they don't do any election. There are courts and there's an executive. But there's no Parliament that is effective enough to able to champion anything. Divergent views are completely out of the question. That is why I don't believe, Mr. Speaker, when I hear people say that the image of this 8th Parliament is low. How can it be low? It is just that this is the 8th Parliament. We were trying to adjust to what is expected of 8th Parliament, and both the executive and Parliament found it quite, the adjustment was necessary, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, believe me, if the 8th Parliament didn't start the way it started, you wouldn't have been sitting there as the second Deputy Speaker. That is the fact. So I don't believe that this Parliament's image is low. The adjustment at the beginning was a bit unusual, but I think as time goes on, Mr. Speaker, we shall do better. Mr. Speaker, I want to also comment on the people who have gone through this house. Mr. Speaker, there are many who have gone through this house without being noticed, and it's important that we notice those who have whose efforts have also have been able to do a lot. And the names are a lot. He's mentioned some of them. And since he mentioned this, our colleague Honorable Asibe Ebua, I would also make a little comment about him. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Asibe Ebua was a very friendly person. As a matter of fact, those who are on the finance or were on the 7th Parliament Finance Committee will notice that he doesn't mind inviting me to their meeting and telling everybody he brought me as his consultant on built environment issues, though I am not from his party. And the views I propose, if it makes sense to him, he takes it. And that makes him quite a different person in terms of a member of Parliament, and I agree that he can be remembered for this. As of the reason why at the peak of his contribution towards this house, he is no longer here, I will leave that to the conscience of the majority. I agree that it was not members of Parliament who asked him not to come here. But Mr. Speaker, I feel when you are a chairman of the finance committee in this house, you have a task bigger than many of us have, because if you look at the number of referrals that go to some committees, maybe public accounts, finance committee, it's huge. And you realize that they spend so much time trying to go through things to get them right before they come to the plenary. And I wish Dr. Asibe Ebua, wherever he is, that I think he's still a very young man, that he shouldn't take his exit from this house as exit from politics or anything. I'm sure he can do a bit more. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind myself of my own former MP, Honorable Steve Akoli. Today, when you see a fund called Road Fund, which we are arguing about, significantly, those were the days that they gave birth to those funds that becomes a cornerstone for the development of roads in this country. Mr. Speaker, the last time I checked, despite all the borrowing we have been doing, despite GOG, if you check the road minister's state, meet the press, road fund's contribution to the construction of road in this country is still larger than all the borrowing we've done. I was surprised. While road fund contributed for about 4.5 billion Ghana cedi, GOG funds were less than that. The donor funds were less than that. So indeed, Parliament has shaped this country, and we can do better than we have done so far. And that is why I think that maybe we should find a day where we reflect on our contribution to this country publicly. As of the misconceptions of Parliament, whether it's fuel coupons, free vehicles, free everything, I think that one with time we shall overcome. But it's important that the comment made by our colleague, the deputy leader today, we should find a day every year to be able to reflect on what we do as Parliament and let the public know, and probably even take it outside of this chamber and engage the country so that we can improve the contribution of Parliament to the development of this country. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable, let me come to leadership. Let me come to leadership. Yes, Minority Whip.
Speaker, I know you have other statements. The interest, maybe if you could be reminded to take one more, I think may be useful. Maybe just even to limit them to 2 or 3 minutes each. I think it will be useful if you are minded.
Very well. So many people desirous of. Let me come to South Dai. If you have spoken, North, Temari North, you have spoken today. Let me come to South Dai.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to add a few words to the statement made by the deputy leader. Mr. Speaker, the deputy leader in his Viva Voce statement made mention of the development of our parliamentary jurisprudence. And that's why it's important that these days, rulings of speakers are going on record for purposes of future reference. Mr. Speaker, names have been mentioned today, and I want to add to that list names such as Papa Oswankuma. Mr. Speaker, when we were young, these were persons who held us spellbound with their delivery on this floor. Mr. Speaker, names like the Honorable Baladu Memu. Mr. Speaker, these were names that when you hear them speak, immaterial, it was immaterial whatever they were discussing, but they made sense. Mr. Speaker, of course, our own great Doa Jaho, before he became Speaker, they had very powerful way of making their points on this floor. And of course, the man who has become the longest serving member of this house, the Venerable Honorable Osei Mensabut. Mr. Speaker, he too has a very erudite way of bringing knowledge to bear on whatever the matter is on the floor, particularly in matters of procedure.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, it's a pity that we lost a member like Ras Mubarak after a first term, but he made his mark on this floor as a member who served for only 4 years. We were colleagues, but on matters of procedure and contribution on this floor, my brother Ras Mubarak deserves mention. Then I'll zero in on the Honorable Okujetua Blakwa. Young as he is, being his third term, his contribution is almost daily editing of our votes and proceedings has become the standard bearer of matters in that regard. And so he also deserves mention. Mr. Speaker, and of course in matters of finance, my own brother Isaac Adongo ranks high. And my brother Suwini on matters of the media and free speech and other matters. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Esibe Yabua, Dr. Esibe Yabua, I recall that as a first-time member of this house, and even though I wasn't a member of the Finance Committee, I think he observed that we were committed to matters of our contributions to getting bills enacted into law, the commitment we exhibited. So anytime there were bills before the Finance Committee that had to do with bills, the Honorable Esibe Yabua will call myself, the Honorable Hianfo, and a few others to join them in considering those bills. Mr. Speaker, somehow those invitations also deepened my knowledge in financial matters and matters of public finance. So it was not by accident or history that I got roped into what became the winnowing committee by the leader of the House in the 7th Parliament. And so, Mr. Speaker, like I often quote John Keats, it's my own deeds I will mythologize. Today we are mythologizing the Honorable Esibe Yabua for his contribution. A lot of the controversial financial policies and loans that we took in the 7th Parliament would have run into some difficulties but for him and the dexterity with which he worked. He had a way of working deep into the night and getting those bills passed. He also had a way of getting some of us, the troublesome boys, silenced. He will get you involved in the consideration. You are part of the report. So when you come to the floor, how are you going to disagree with him? These are leadership styles that some members brought to bear on their leadership of managing some sensitive committees. And I want to urge other members who are chairmen and ranking members of committees to at least learn from how the Honorable Esibe Yabua handled the Finance Committee when he was here. Mr. Speaker, I cannot wind up without placing my searchlight on you, Mr. Speaker. As a young member of this House, your contributions were such that, even though with all the difficulties you had, Formina returned you to the House. And today you are sitting in the chair as the second Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. And that is such a great achievement. The history book of Parliament and of the Republic of Ghana cannot be written minus you. And indeed, like the biblical quotation goes, the stone that the builders reject has now become the cornerstone. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I thank the Deputy Majority Leader for this statement. I thank you.
Anyway, now let me come to the leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the Deputy Majority Leader was on his feet to make this statement, I was a bit worried and confused. Worried and confused because I do not know what really motivated him to make the statement. And, Mr. Speaker, my real wish is that he was making this statement from the real bottom of his heart with all sincerity. Because, Mr. Speaker, a number of times as politicians, we say one thing and we try to do another thing. And I agree with him with almost all the points that he raised. And one of the things that I have said on the floor of this House, Mr. Speaker, is that why do we wait for one of us to be dead, and then when he's dead, then we come to this House to eulogize him or her? Why don't you cultivate the habit of eulogizing our living heroes, colleagues who have really contributed to the development of this parliament? So, Speaker, the majority leader and some few colleagues who are here will remember that the late Peter Adeti developed a system where at the end of, I think is it the year, you may correct me, is it the year or the term, then certificate is given to MPs for their performance during either the session or the parliament. And I remember he had some challenge, because when he did instead the first one, majority of those who got the certificate and award were people of the other side. And his party were never happy with him. The Speaker, I will come and talk about the political parties and the role that they are playing in the deep confusion and worry that all of us are having. The Speaker, I'm sure here again, I wasn't here, but majority leader was there and Honorable Kotamuka, maybe if they get opportunity to speak to this. When the New Patriotic Party first came to Parliament in 1997, in fact, the political party made it so hostile that colleagues were afraid to be seen even talking to each other. Because almost all the political parties are taking some kind of example and make it look as if once the person belongs to the other side, automatically that person is your enemy. And you should not even be seen having kind of friendship. Mr. Speaker, even those of us of later day sense who came in you see my colleague, majority, he said, I'm not later day sense. When people do 50 years in other Congress, and we are just doing 20 years, you are saying, are you later day sense? It's yes. Because if you want the parliament, if your wish is that this parliament must grow, we must make sure that people grow and take this profession as a profession. They stay virtually almost all their life, contribute to the development of that parliament. That's what others have done. Today, even 2 terms is luxury in this house. 2 terms is luxury in this house. Look at the turnover. The turnover is so high. And Mr. Speaker, one thing that I don't know how we are going to do it. I don't know how we are going to do it. But one thing that we must find solution to is the way we try to vilify each other. We are always trying to talk each other down, trying to make each other look useless, trying to make each other look less important, trying to make each other look, we are always talking against each other. All of us are guilty, myself inclusive. Yes, because if you speak one against me, I want to speak 3 against you. And then you come back with 4, and I come back with 5. And it goes on and on and on. Mr. Speaker, I had a great privilege in 2009 to sit in cabinet with Honorable Kotamuka. And I remember vividly the late Professor Moss as president, when the Attorney General and other ministers were talking about things that other ministers of President Kufuor have done. And I'm saying this, and I'm saying that Honorable Kotamuka is a living witness. Professor Moss said, look, I am ready to make the sacrifice so that this country can move on. I am not interested in going to prosecute opponents of the other side, simply because they come from the other side. If there are things that we can do to make amends, let's don't make those amends, but I'm not going to prosecute them. You see it? And that time, many of us who were much, much younger were thinking, why?
President Kufuor imprisoned Kwan Pepra, he imprisoned Spayanki. How will you let him get away and his ministers with all this? He stood his ground and said, look, this tit for tat will not take this country anywhere. And I remember when he was screaming to one of our colleagues, I don't want to mention the speaking name, he said, look, you think you were hurt? I was equally hurt. I was abroad, long abroad. They came to my house. My wife was the only one there with all manner of security guys, collected vehicles. I was equally hurt. But I'm not going to take my head for a revenge. And Mr. Speaker, all of us are living witness throughout his tenure and the tenure of His Excellency George Dramani Mahama. Not a single person from the other side will arraigned before court. I need to be corrected if I'm wrong. Today, what are we seeing? You have your own colleagues sit in their chamber, you nicely talk to them, and the next moment you are providing witness against them for them to prosecute. And they say that, oh, let's leave us. Nobody is saying that if someone commits a crime, the person should get away with it. But you cannot be seen clearly in a vindictive manner, abusing your colleagues, and then the other time turn around and say that, oh, can we live together as friends? Look, you cannot do that. You cannot eat your cake and have it. You set the grounds and then become hostile, and then it becomes very difficult. The Speaker, that's why I said, I don't know how we are going to be able to overcome this. But I remember vividly, one time we visited President Kufuor, and he said, my nephews, you see where I live, this area. He was talking about the airport residential area. So go check the houses. Who are the owners? There are very few politicians are here. But we are busy every day on each other's neck. Whilst others are looting our state, and we are busy defending them and insulting each other and trying to vilify each other. Let's try to create the political class. Yes, if there's wrongdoing, we all support regardless of which party the person is, for the person to be prosecuted. But let us create the political class where, when there are difficulties, we have people who can sit in the room and be able to chart a decision. When they come out, all of us will say, oh no, once it is Afeyan Mankins, Anudompre, Muntaka, and Kwame Agoda have gone to come with this decision, all of us are embracing it. Can we say of that today? No! Me, I don't see in my party anybody who can come out and say something, and then you have everybody say that, oh, once it's come from this person there, oh, it's done. I don't know of the other side. And Mr. Speaker, I remember very well that when we were in power and Dr. Kobina was the national chairman, he took a step, and I thought that was a golden step, but it got lost. I remember very well, I was a member of FEC, Functional Executive Committee. In fact, when that decision was to be taken for him to visit the national headquarters of the New Patriotic Party in opposition, there were a lot of hawks on our side. No. It will mean demeaning. It will mean we are weak. We are in power. Why should we be the ones going there? They should, if anything at all, we should encourage them to come first. Dr. Kobina said, no, we have to go. And he led a team of NDC to visit the national headquarters of the New Patriotic Party. And he said, I remember very well, he said, look, I'm hopeful that this goodwill I have shown, they will reciprocate it. At least there will be a reciprocation. Mr. Speaker, he died a disappointed person because it was never reciprocated. It was never done. And those who, the few hawks, got the day. Said, we told you. You see how you've embarrassed us. You see? And got lost. Today, Mr. Speaker, let's call the spade a spade. Who among us here can courageously stand and say that his party says A, he is saying B? Whether it's on the NPP side or NDC side. Who? With a greater respect. There were instances where I get so angry and I'll say, look, sometimes I don't know why you think. Because they are elected national officers, I was in this fight long before many of you came. So don't be looking at it because I'm a member of parliament. I'm just an ordinary member of this party. I have also served this party all this while. My leader has been youth organizer here. So don't be looking down upon us as if you can just call us and instruct us. At least let's just discuss it and build consensus. How many of us are able to do that? Just look at your good self. Your own good self. The constitution is very, very clear, Mr. Speaker. If you had cross-carpeted, yes, the constitution is clear. Your seat has to be declared vacant. But I am very convinced, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm very, very convinced that the framers of our constitution were very clear on their mind. They never intended to give the political party the power to dismiss a member and get that member out of parliament. That was not their intent. But yet, with the greatest respect to the old group professor, his political party was able to put pressure on him to claim that he had dismissed you, even without putting it before this house. If we do not wake up to the reality that what is just happening in this 8th parliament may just be the beginning. Maybe in the 9th and other parliament, one will be in government and the other will be controlling parliament. Absolutely not like this neck to neck. And we should start imagining, for those who keep saying that, no, take uncompromising position. No, assert yourself. Show them that you are 137. And listen, I pray that the day the other side gets the opportunity, you will not be coming and say that, oh, can you go and talk to this your friend? Because we would have broken all the friendship bridges among us. In much the same way, our colleagues opposite must also equally appreciate that times have changed. And the change requires that we soberly reflect on the things that we want to do. You just don't come to this house with this, I'm in government, I have come, like it or not, this is what I want to do, and the only way that I can get it done is you must accept it. If you don't accept it, you are not acting in the national interest. Who tells you that what you're only thinking is the national interest? The national interest is for you and I to sit and think through how are we going to overcome this challenge. Not you fashion it and come and show me that this is national interest, so support it. No, that's not how consensus is built. So it is my hope that we will be sincere in the things that we do. Because if we control the way we are going, my fear is that, Mr. Speaker, we'll be heading our country into a real danger. The danger where we cannot even trust each other to even talk to each other. And we all know, look, Ukraine, they are fighting. You can fight and kill and bomb and do everything. Mark it, at the end of the day, you come and sit and talk. Is that talking? That will solve the problem, not the guns. It's the talking. So if we don't start talking among ourselves, and we are only talking against each other, insulting each other, lambasting each other, and on, it will just aggravate the situation and to get to a point that all of us will suffer for it. So I agree. My colleague has made a statement at the right time. But like I said, how do we move forward? How do we build the real consensus? Mr. Speaker, we are sitting in this house. Myself and Honorable Nitu have been in this house. We've been in Pan-African Parliament for probably 4 years. We were in Pan-African Parliament together. Myself and the first British Speaker have been in Pan-African Parliament. This is the 6th year. We don't know each other's house. We don't know each other's house. No, we claim we are colleagues. At least for the offices, I try to go to his office. Yeah, at least we know each other's offices. But we don't know each other's homes. We don't even know each other's children. But we claim to be colleagues. There are colleagues here. Honorable Rikopuku and I have been here for all this while. We don't know each other's house. We don't socialize, Mr. Speaker. Look, we have this 12th floor. I remember last 3 weeks when the first British Speaker had his birthday. I said, this birthday we have to repeat it here so that we can socialize. The whips, can we mobilize and do it? Then we were planning Friday, we'll do it. Then on a Wednesday or so, then the E-levy cake came, and then everybody is running away from cake. Because some of our colleagues saw the E-levy cake, and they will not even bother to even check. They say, it's a minority that sent it. But we're happy later the majority that came and said, no, it didn't come for the minority. And then all of a sudden, all the arrangement that we were doing to try to socialize broke down. Because I'm not the one to go now and continue organizing for a refreshment birthday, and then pictures of E-lady cake can emerge. Then trust was gone again. But I believe that as a house, we need to have a social center where beyond the chamber, we can go and sit. Because you see, it's the sitting, talking, getting to know each other better that encourages the bond and builds trust. And through the trust, we may be able to extend it to our political party. Because as we stand, all of us know the two political parties don't trust each other. And unfortunately, it's fested. Let's begin. Over the weekend, the leadership were in the, leadership workshop. I never got the opportunity to attend because there were some other deep, The next moment, it was running all over NDC social media that, oh, the NDC leadership have been cocooned to go and approve E-levy. Meanwhile, E-levy was never discussed there. You see the level of mischief that goes on. So long as we do this on both sides, it ties everybody's hand at his back, and it doesn't work well. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that for most of our colleagues who left this chamber, like the like of Dr. Osei Asibe, Mark Asibe Oyeboah. I wish him a happy birthday. Yes, he came to meet us in this house. He was, in fact, he was 1 year my senior at KNUST. I'm older than him, but I know some of us didn't get the privilege to go to school early. So at KNUST, he was 1 year ahead of me. But when he came here, we were able to identify each other, and we encouraged each other, supported each other in a number of ways. And he became, from deputizing Dr. Anthony Akutu Osei, and then later became the chair itself. And he contributed his bit. Mr. Speaker, so long as our political parties continue to organize the kind of primaries that they do, the attrition rate in this house will never cease. And sometimes when you see some of our former colleagues, it's pathetic. And I just want to tell our colleagues in here today that yesterday they were like us. Tomorrow, if we don't work harder, we are going to be like them. So when you see them wretched and you don't ponder and think, yesterday they were like us, sitting in front, sitting at those and carrying all the importance, chairs, ranking, what have you, ministers. Today you are seeing them wretched and you are laughing. If we don't work at it, tomorrow, maybe you and I may even be more wretched than those that we are seeing. I pray that we are able to break through this with sincerity on both sides, so that we start to work in the collective interest of our country, not one side. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Majority Whip, I'll give you the opportunity. Then I'll come to Senior. I'll come to you. Then Majority Leader will conclude. Yes. So Majority Whip, then Senior, then Majority Leader will conclude.
Speaker, I think this is not just an ordinary statement coming from our colleague and a brother, but I appreciate it as a very poetic statement. And many of the comments that have been made at a point in time, we all burst into laughter. But fact be told, it's not funny. This is a clarion call for us to reconcile truly many of the things my colleague, the Honorable Muntaka, has spoken to. I agree entirely. But I also tend to wonder if indeed these statements are coming out with a true sense of sincerity. Because in recent times, and I don't want to zero in on my colleague, I have witnessed very scathing comments from my colleague, directed specifically to the majority leader, continuously, repeatedly. And I have wondered if indeed, as we keep saying and harping at the fact that we are all from the one stock, one people, one destiny, and the likes. So it's a time for reconciliation, a true reconciliation. And for me, that is what will set the tone. Speaker, I commend my colleague, Deputy Leader, who initially has whispered to me that a statement is focused on the Honorable Esibe Yeboah, and usual of him, he used his dexterity and expanded it and broadened the horizon and the entire topic, elevating the discussion to a big and a much more higher level. I commend my colleague highly. Growing up as a young student leader, I've often run to Accra from University of Cape Coast, come to sit at the public gallery to catch a glimpse of celebrated and renowned legislators of this August House. Can we say the same today? No. We can't. Because all of us are parties to the current state that we experience. We have contributed to the current state we have. And it will take the two of us to absorb ourselves or take ourselves out. Colleagues have spoken to welfare issues, conditions of service pertaining to MPs and the likes. I think, not to oversimplify the matter, probably the Public Relations Department of Parliament will have to up their game. The story cannot be told by MPs. Welfare issues and all that we benefit as members of Parliament. Let's see the PR of Parliament speaking to this concern. I want to suggest that we may probably have to institute a day like this, where we will celebrate and recognize the rich contributions that members of Parliament have contributed to the growth of Parliament as an institution and the jurisprudence of legislation itself. We may have to find a day. I recall the former Right Honorable Okray had suggested the institution of an award for deserving members of Parliament. I don't know how this thing fizzle out. Probably leadership may have to engage further. That will be a source of encouragement for this House, for us to also put ourselves in readiness to reach the mark and also distinguish ourselves and lead and serve with true sense of credibility. Speaker, the three arms of government, suffice it to say, Parliament is the only arm of government that is greatly exposed to the public. When the executive meets at cabinet, the press are not there. At the courtroom, you don't find the press at the courtroom. But when we are deliberating, it is exposed to the public. In fact, Parliament has become part of the public. What it means to me is that we should also up our engagement and communication with the public. Because if we don't do that, we are only fomenting perceptions and fomenting the misconceptions that the public have about this House. For me, that is the trust and the crux of the matter. That is where we should focus on. Recently, for the fact that I was part of a number of members who filed a motion, I have come under serious attacks. In fact, blatant insults. Thankfully, I engaged my colleague on the other side who had been leading this attack on me, that we need to talk as men. I think that we have contributed to the current state and the problem we are having. As members of Parliament, oftentimes we make commentaries to appeal to our party base, and then we turn around and say that we want peace. Don't forget, it is only this Parliament that nominees from His Excellency the President to serve in various ministerial positions became a subject of discussion whether or not to accept them or not by party base or party support base. And they seem to be leading the crusade and the narrative regardless of the constitutional provision and the law that exists. Thankfully, we were able to scale this wall. And the aftermath is that the leadership on the other side came under a barrage of allegations. They've been bought, they've taken money here and there. What are we doing to this institution? It's very sad. Now, the attrition rate that many of us have shown regret to, we have to, for once, both major parties will have to come to agreement. We have the solution in our hands. When primaries, there is unfettered, primaries at various constituencies. Everybody will have a go at it. There is nowhere in the world where democracy is not guarded. So we must guard and guide our democracy. And that is dependent on leadership. And of course, all of us by extension. So if NDC MPP comes together and say that for this year, at least, we are setting this as a template or as a measuring rod to be able to decide how to manage our primaries. That will be the beginning for a lot of positive things to happen. Other jurisdictions that we are taking after and drawing lessons from America, the UK, Australia, their democracies are guarded. And for me, that is where we have to focus on and take up some lessons from. Again, Speaker, and this will be my concluding statement. We've mentioned notable names of MPs who have served with distinction. We've also shown regrets about some of them, their lifestyle after serving in this August House. Have we instituted the prospect of engaging these former MPs? We have not. And I probably want to suggest, if it's not too late, leadership and the Speaker, we have to start this engagement where former members of Parliament, a time with former members of Parliament, where current members of Parliament can engage and share experiences. I think if we are able to institute this, all of us will distill and take up very good lessons going forward as an institution to contribute in building this rich institution that all of us are proud of. So I cannot sit but to commend my colleague, the Honorable Afenyo Markins. It's been wonderful. This is a very poetic statement and is setting the tone for a true reconciliation if we so desire. If we are indeed minded to reconcile and to send a signal out there to our party base that this is not all about adversarial exchanges, but it is also building of an institution and relationship, will be setting a good tone. The Honorable Marcus Sibe-Yeboah, I have my own relationship with him. I recall when I was, even before I became the next president in the year 2000, he was then at Kwame Nkrumah University, as was intimated by the Honorable Muntaka. He was one of the people who had encouraged me to go to student leadership. Even afterwards, I became the youth organizer for Eastern Region. He was one of the people who encouraged me to go for the newly created Insaoma Dredgery seat. So, Sibe-Yeboah has been a wonderful friend. It's quite unfortunate that we have to lose him at his prime time. But only God knows what the future holds for him. We all take pride of him, what he did in the last parliament, even whilst he's not in parliament, what he continues to do. The engagement he still does with some of us. Sibe has been a wonderful person. We are very proud of him, and we hope and pray that we'll have more people like casting his image and building this institution called Parliament. So, Speaker, to conclude, I think that this should not be appreciated as one of the normal statements that is made in this House. And it goes down the drain. Both sides should be candid. You can't sit on radio and run down your fellow colleague, as was observed and intimated by the Honorable Mubarak. You run down your fellow member of Parliament, and then you come here and we extend pleasantries. That is not good enough. So I hope all of us will draw lessons and open a new chapter, a chapter of positive exchanges, a chapter of believing that indeed, after all, we are people of one stock, one people, one destiny. Speaker, I thank you for the space granted. I'm grateful.
Yes, Honorable Booker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I wasn't here at the beginning when the statement was being made. I had a function with 3 other colleagues at Alisa Hotel on decriminalizing petty offenses in the statute books of Ghana. We were there from about 9 o'clock to 12 before we left and then came back. But I have had the gist of the statement which was made. My information is that the genesis of the statement is trying to reconcile MPs together for the benefit of this House and then our individual selves. Having been in this Parliament in 1993, I thought that it would be a disservice. It would be a disservice if I did not share some experiences about how we used to relate that will foster unity of purpose in this House between MPs and for the government of this country. Mr. Speaker, the first Parliament of the Fourth Republic, January 1993 to January 1997, had several challenges, even though we were almost a one-party House. We could not prosecute some of our interests because we were one group. Thankfully, in 1997, about 67 or 61, 67 members from the MPP joined us in this chamber. I recall that in 1993, when we came to Parliament, the then Minister of Finance, Dr. Kwesi Bochwe, said that they were going to buy us some Toyota Corona cars, about 10 million cedis apiece. And we were very excited. After a month or two, they came to say that because of public opinion, they would rather give us some small money to buy second-hand cars, because if we were driving new cars, the public would not be happy. We were disgruntled, but being one-sided, we had to kowtow. So we were given 5 million cedis each. I remember I bought a 12-year-old Opel record car, and every day we had to go to the electrician or the mechanic for some repairs. We were even so broke, Mr. Speaker, that we those who were living in Sakumino had to pool cars together. We said this week 4 of us will use your car, so you will fuel the car and then 4 of us will come to Parliament. Then next week it will be my turn and the rest of them to save costs and to save the lives of their cars. Fortunately for us, in 1997, our colleagues on the other side came. Even though they were fewer than us, just 67 of them, they made a lot of impact in this August House. J.H. Mensah, late J.H. Mensah, of blessed memory, somebody who could stand on his feet for 1 hour, 2 hours and talk to us, and everybody will be glued listening to him because of his knowledge and oratory. He, then minority leader, said that we are not going to ride a bicycle or an old car to Parliament, and that the dignity of Parliament must be maintained. At their instance, at their intervention, then we then had money to buy a new car. And that time was Vinto or some other small car. But at least it was new in the market. We supported him, even though we were in the majority side, he was on the minority side, attacking government that we needed these things. We supported him. Honorable Chairman, a majority leader, is here. In 1997, he was my first friend from the other side. Every time I drove to Kumasi, I stopped there and called him, and we'll go somewhere and sit together and take kebab and then beer and the rest of them. We were together. In fact, we served on one committee, lands and forests, traveled outside and whatnot and whatnot. We were together. That was the bonding that we had. I want to submit that this August House is not taking advantage of the constitutional provision that majority of ministers must come from Parliament. We didn't make this out of the blue. It was for good purposes that we provided. I was in the consultative assembly, that's why I'm saying so big about the spirit of that provision. We said they wanted to create a bond between MPs who are not ministers and MPs who are ministers, so that when they go to cabinet, they are able to understand the philosophy and the background of this and come here to help us. When they are in their office and they come here, I can just walk across to the minister and put my case across to him. Then you give me an appointment, come at this and we solve the problem and the rest of them. That was the idea. But we are abusing it more than we are practicing it. One lady MP complained to me last week that she went to a minister's office and was there for 2 hours without seeing the minister, even though he was in the office. 2 hours without seeing the minister. Meanwhile, MPs from the other side came and were going in and coming out. And the fellow was sitting down for 2 hours, 3 hours, to see a colleague MP who is a minister. Not just a minister, but a colleague MP who is a minister. Where is the bonding? Where is the respect? How will the people around the area respect the MP when they know that when you go to another MP's office who is happy to be a minister or deputy minister, you have no access to him? We are abusing the constitutional provision which we thought will bring us closer, will help us together. Mr. Speaker, last year I happened to be one of those that the Speaker and the leadership has nominated to meet some MPs from Kenya. And they said they were very happy with, but this is our constitutional provision, that in their country, no MP can be a minister. But they have seen the wisdom in our provision, and that they are going to make an amendment to make sure that ministers must also come from Parliament for obvious reasons or the reasons that we had. I want to invite our colleagues, particularly those from the other side. It is your turn today, it is my turn tomorrow. It is your turn today, it is other people's turn tomorrow. Let's forge that unity. Let's forge that respect for each other. Let's bring about that bond, so that when we are having that bond, then matters in this house can be taken more easily. Mr. Speaker, let us avoid the mutual suspicion. I remember when our majority leader, we had a similar case like we have now. At that time, NDC were 119 in Parliament, MPP they were 111, difference 8. I was a leader sitting there, and he was minority leader sitting here. At every point of time, there were constructive engagement between me and him. I'll call him out and we will meet and discuss. I'll go to his office and we'll meet and discuss. He's here. He was virtually the chairman of the Win-Win Committee. We will file many amendments. Then I'll say, go to Honorable Chairman Bonsu's office, minority leader office, all of you, whether from NDC or MPP, and then they will do the win-win. I'm not sure that he is capable of making the minority leader or somebody from this side a chairman of a de facto chairman of a Win-Win Committee. They will not agree. He is here. He was. And I used to walk to him. And those who filed amendment, 5, 10 of them, he would chair de facto. It wasn't that we elected him here, but because of his interest in legislation, in making law, he was. He used to file more amendments than any other fellow. And we would take them on merit. Now, if you file amendment from the other side, it is war. They just disagree. They don't look at the merits of it. Why are we here? To serve the country, not to serve a party. We owe more allegiance to our party than to the Ghana government or to Ghana. We owe more allegiance to our respective parties than to Ghana. But it is Ghana that we are first and foremost. And my colleagues have said it. If we don't take time and close our ranks, members of Parliament do not take and close their ranks. People are here, people calling for coup or saying this and whatnot. That is the last thing we should expect. Because when there's a coup, the first thing they will do is to dissolve Parliament. We will all go home, whether from the majority or minority, you will all go home. The loans that you have taken to do campaign and come back, you will not be able to repay those loans. You will not. So yeah, you may be locked up. You will meet at first you meet at Cantonment Police Station. Then from there you meet somewhere. I'm saying so because Parliament is the bastion of democracy. Parliament is the pivot or the symbol of democracy. If there's a coup, the executive remains, the soldiers or whoever conform themselves will have ministers. They can call the ministers or secretaries or chairpersons and whatnot. They will be there. The ministries will be there. The judges and magistrates will be there. There will be no parliament. We will not be there. So the last thing we should hope for is for a coup. The last thing we should hope for is for a coup. But it won't help anybody. If we don't want that, then there must be constructive engagement between us. This is a hung parliament. But we are not demonstrating on the floor of this house that it is a hung parliament. If we are not demonstrating that unity of purpose, we have to reconcile our differences. I remember Peter Ajite. He was sitting where you are. We are in the minority, 201 Parliament, 201, 204. We are there. But because we had formed government 2 terms and then we are more knowledgeable in government matters and the rest of them. This was a speaker who wanted intelligent debate, nothing else. Peter Elijah wanted to assert the dignity of Parliament. The Parliament was independent of the executive and the judiciary. What happened 4 years later? When he came back and wanted to be a speaker the second term, it was his own people, MPs, including my very good friend here, who voted against him. Voting against your dignity, voting against your respect, your self-esteem, the dignity of this house. It was rather the minority side that were supporting him. What was Peter's crime? He wanted Parliament to be independent. He didn't want a minister to take Parliament for a ransom. Look at he's there. I have been there before. The most difficult work to do is a majority leader. You program a minister, in fact, he even comes to agree with you that he is available on, let's say, tomorrow, Thursday morning to answer questions. You program him. Tomorrow by 8, 9, he will call and say, I'm sorry, I've been called to the Flagstaff House, or I've been called to Jubilee House or Castle. What do you do? What do you come and tell the House? How do you get another one to substitute at the same time? So Peter Elijah would not take that nonsense. He said that Parliament before Castle, Parliament before Jubilee House, Parliament before your travels and the rest of them. He was asserting the independence of Parliament. Do we support him? We are our own maker, we are our own evil. We the MPs, we are our own evil. Somebody who wants to liberate us, we do not support him. So I think that we will have a sober reflection. Others have gone and come back. I have gone 2 terms and come back.
I shall return.
Yes. I thought that when they are eulogizing MPs and they don't mention some of our names, then you have not said anything yet. Mr. Speaker, I was here 3 terms and went out 1 term. Then I came back for 2 more terms and went out 1 term. I have come back. What else will I demonstrate? And we are talking without mentioning Honorable Africa. It's incomplete. It will be incomplete. And many others. Because, I'm saying so because we have the example of staying out without a salary for 4 years. And then fighting an election to come back here. Many of us here will not be able to do that. You will not have the capacity. You will have the temerity to be able to do that. There are many of us who are here who are returnees. In the near future, I will lead them to form an association of returnee MPs. We shall soon form an association of returnee MPs. And then we will also have a fight. The message that I want to give to majority leader is that we need a pension for members of parliament who exit the house. In Kenya, the Kenyan example, when they came and we discussed it, they said that if you come to parliament for 2 terms, at least 2 terms, then you qualify for a pension. That how can you leave parliament and then after 2, 3 years, you cannot even buy medication. You cannot. So, Mr. Majority Leader, take this very seriously. If the President says a committee on the emoluments of members of parliament, we need pension. I am entitled to pension, but I know what I've gone through, and I know what these people go through when they live here for 2 years, 3 years, not to talk about more. They are dying earlier than they ought to die because of lack of support. It's a bold statement that he has made, a bold opportunity that he has made. I think that this is a time that we should stop looking over our shoulders. If they see me going to his office, or Muntaka going there, they say, he has gone there to do this and that. What is wrong with that? I was majority leader. I used to work in his office. He used to come to my office. Mutual trust. The problem we have is that mutual suspicion, mutual mistrust. That doesn't help us. We are not competing against each other here. We are talking about the development of Ghana. So I want to congratulate the Deputy Majority Leader for the statement he has made. And then I want to pray that from now onwards, let's know that we are each other's keeper. We should love each other here, outside, and even when we leave Parliament. And when that happens, then Ghana will be the better, Ghana will benefit better than any single one of us. On that note, I thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, senior citizen. Leader, here I come to you.
Mr. Speaker, I was not in the House when the statement came to be made, but I entered at the tail end to listen to the sermon from my deputy, the Honorable Afenyo Markins. I caught the drift, but I was asking him whether he came with a formal statement, and he indicated to me what he has written. And I could not make a head or tail of what he meant by that. However, as I said, I caught the drift. Mr. Speaker, I think it's about the effectiveness and efficiency of members of parliament and what it is that should be our responsibility and our contribution to nation building. Mr. Speaker, the functions of parliament as an institution and indeed of members of parliament are set out for us. We represent constituents. We play representational role. The Speaker, it expresses itself in the questions that we ask in Parliament, the statements such as the statement that has been made by my colleague, and we ferry the concerns of our constituents to the chamber, including perhaps in the form of petitions and so on. That's the representational function of Parliament. We deliberate on matters that come before us. So we have a deliberative function. But the deliberation over issues that we conduct in this House, the Speaker, we transmit information. So Parliament and members of Parliament have information transmission function. It is the reason why, if we should not corrupt the conscience of our country and of our citizens, our contribution should be based on research, not just talking from the top of your head. Many times people get up in this chamber and they are just, the Speaker, talking to their opinions and not grounded on any research. Today, our Parliament is evolving strongly, and now we are making space for the recruitment of research officers to influence the debate in the House. We have the power of pairs function, which we exercise by interrogating loan agreements and in particular the budget that comes before us. Mr. Speaker, when we have allocated resources to state agencies, including Parliament itself, we must oversee the application of the resources. That's the oversight function of members of Parliament. But arguably, the greatest function is legislation, lawmaking. We approve and ratify agreements, including loans and so on. So, Mr. Speaker, these are the functions of Parliament and of parliamentarians. How many of us in this House, Mr. Speaker, would say that they fulfill all these charges? I said to us that arguably the greatest function of Parliament and of parliamentarians is lawmaking, legislation. That's why we constitute the legislative arm of government. We come to making laws in this House. And apart from the relevant committees, the leadership of which we may see in the House, we may have maybe sometimes not more than 5-6 people fashioning and crafting bills for the entire country. We don't do justice to our core as members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, so oftentimes I say to us that people stay for long periods in this House. They serve for long periods. Unfortunately, not too many of us allow Parliament to pass through us we pass through Parliament. We don't allow Parliament to pass through us. So we leave, and when after 2 terms, 3 terms, 4 terms, you should be speaking as authority on matters that we have discussed, we see the shallowness and hollowness of some members of Parliament, including some former members of Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, we should place emphasis on the capacity building of members of Parliament to make them relevant. The central figure that my colleague mentioned, the Honorable Dr. Marcus Beyeboa, when he first came, people who know him, and he had to serve under Dr. Anthony Akutose as deputy ranking for finance. He didn't register on the radar. It was Akutose who was always dominant. Asibeyeboa was virtually unknown, but he spent the time learning and understanding the leadership of the finance committee. Of course, given his own training and experience that he gathered subsequently, he was able to illuminate the House when he became the chairman of the finance committee. We have seen in this House people who have served as committee chairman for 2 terms, and yet they get lost out when issues relating to their sector come to be debated in this House. Asibe was different. And it's because he availed himself to learn. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, bring back the chamber. Bring back the chamber. Mr. Speaker, that is the lighter vein. Mr. Speaker, I think we should place emphasis on capacity building in this House. And given the vicissitudes of these days, I think it's important that at least twice a year we submit ourselves to capacity building. That indeed would include even continuing members. Let's face it, there are some first-time members of Parliament who are able to rise up faster than people who have been in the system for maybe 2-3 terms. So everyone needs capacity building. And when we have these opportunities, we should avail ourselves. Some of them who have served for 2-3 terms when we are engaged in capacity building workshops, they put in appearance and leave. They are not serious with the workshops that we organize. And it reflects in the quality of their own debates in this House. Mr. Speaker, so I think that my colleague, the Honorable Abuka, was saying that I would not have the courage to make anybody the chairman of the winnowing committee. I'm surprised that he's making such a statement. He's not here. But anybody who knows me, what I've done with the winnowing committee, would know that the previous one was populated more by members on the other side. My own side, we had Banda and the Honorable Ayimedu, who were regulars. The regulars on the other side were Yilechire, Fuseini Inusa, and it's because of that dexterity that they showed, that Fuseini Inusa, for instance, has been drafted to the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs as a consultant. It's not Shaibu Muhammad. You don't know what you're talking about. Please, don't bear false witness. Mr. Speaker, Shaibu, the Daboya Mankorago member, was also a very diligent member of the winnowing committee. Equally so, Honorable Bernard Ahiafo. And a later day saint, Honorable Roxin Nafiamako. That troublesome. on very few occasions, emphasis on few. And already, you know, I'm going to mention his name, so he's shaking his head. The Honorable Suhili, on very few occasions, and I realized that Mr. Speaker, I realize that those of them who were not very regular, perhaps it was for want of time. But whenever they came, they wanted to participate and participate fully. So, the Honorable Cletus, the statement that he's made is incorrect. It's factually incorrect to say that we're not allowing the minority to be there. It's most untrue. Mr. Speaker, maybe the Honorable Deputy Minority Leader is drawing my attention that at the time he wasn't here. So I'll forgive him his trespasses. But you don't bear false witness in such instances. He's my friend, but what you know, you bear testimony to. What you don't know, you don't speak to.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker,
Okay. No, I'm just asking.
Parliament
What is this?
ordinarily is like wine. The longer you stay here, the more useful you become to the system. It is the reason why I don't miss any opportunity restating the fact that the various political parties, including in particular MPP and NDC, should do serious introspection on their constitutions. Because this free-for-all that we allow at the end of every fourth year will not help to grow Parliament. There's no Parliament anywhere in the established democracies where at the end of every 4 years we open the sluice gates for all comers. You will not grow Parliament, you will not grow your party if you allow that situation. It is the reason why our Parliament is not growing. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Cletus mentioned some quality materials that we had in 1997 when we first came to Parliament. At the time, he says the number of the MPP members were 67. We're not even 67. The number was 61. MPP MPs was 61 in 1997. But we had quality debaters. J.H. Mensah leading our attack, the current president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. We have the boundary dues, we have the Abdukufors. Later, on the other side, we had J.H. Champon himself, the master of the rules. And at every time, when J.H. Mensah wanted to have his way, he used the rules to shut him up. And the objection is sustained by the Speaker. But the Speaker, indeed, it is what inspired me to apply myself to the rules. Because J.H. Mensah, a most astute debater, and J.H. Mensah, J.H. Champon, the master of the rules, always applying the rules to stop J.H. Mensah in his tracks. So I said to myself that I will learn the rules. And when I started a year into that, the then Speaker, Jasanan, traveling to New Zealand, invited me to join him. I went with Ama Benyoado and J.H. Mensah, J.H. Champon. J.H. Mensah was to have joined us. Unfortunately, he couldn't go because there was something that he needed to do. And when we went, the Speaker invited me to his room and said, "Young man, I've seen some quality in you. Continue this way and you'll go places." That was a huge encouragement to me. And I said, I will not disappoint him. Mr. Speaker, here we are as a country, two dominant political parties, and I think that is how it should be. Because the directive principles of state policy imposes a national development agenda on this country. And I keep saying that in this country, all political parties are centrist parties. There are no extreme parties. Those of us in the MPP, we are only a little bit to the right of the center. The NDC, in spite of the noise, is just a little bit to the left of the center. They are not extreme. They are not an extreme socialist party or communist party. Just like the NPP is not an extreme capitalist party. They are liberal Democrats. The NDC, liberal socialists. So, Mr. Speaker, we are all centrist parties. We are all centrist parties. And the overall vision is imposed on us by the directive principles of state policy. What we are lacking today, which is dividing us, is because as a country we don't have a long-term development plan. If we had a long-term development plan around which the two parties will be forced to weave our manifestos, the difference among the political parties will just be in the implementation of policies. Unfortunately, we don't have a long-term national development plan. And it's because of the construct of the NDPC imposed by the Constitution. If you have a National Development Planning Commission that is composed of ministers of state, regardless of the quality of the product, as I said somewhere the other time, it will be seen as a chamber pot, excuse my language, which even when it's coming directly from the factory, nobody will want to eat from. So we had some materials bequeathed to us by J.H. Mensah and Professor Jambafo. The NDC inherited. They didn't want to have anything to do with it. What they have done, the NDC succeeded in doing eventually, under the auspices of Dr. Kusiboche and Dr. Newmoy Thompson. An extremely good material. Why are we stuck? We are stuck because of where it's coming from. As simple as that. And that is why I keep saying that we must have a holistic review of this constitution. Perhaps to have some experts constitute the NDPC such that the product, all political parties will buy into that. And it will inure to our development. The Constitution, after all, says to us that any development that is initiated by an administration, the next succeeding administration, to the largest extent possible, will have to follow that and follow it through. Why aren't we doing that? Because our own development plan is fashioned by our manifestos, which are not real long-term development plans. So, Mr. Speaker, that's where we are. But we should understand this and move on with our national development. Mr. Speaker, the issue about consensus building, I think we've been doing our best. And my dearest Cletus Abuka, the MP for Zebula, was saying that we are not doing much. And that anything that comes from a particular government, the majority party will always support it. Mr. Speaker, I don't consider that statement as a truthful statement or a correct statement. Why? Because we have bills that emanate from the executive. When it comes to amendments, it is always at the instance of the minority, most of it at least. And the majority party members would also offer amendments. So who says that anything that comes from the executive is taken lock, stock, and barrel by the ruling party members? That's untrue. Admittedly, though, if you talk about amendments, most of it will be sponsored by the minority party. It doesn't mean that the majority members don't agree. Mr. Speaker, so I think that we should be charitable to ourselves. And I agree with the proposition from the chief whip of the minority that we are not charitable to ourselves. We go outside and we are tearing each other apart. I'm happy he made an admission that if you say one thing against me, I will say 5. Mr. Speaker, our elders say that when you see two people who are dirty, one is dirtier than the other. Nipa mmienu ho yɛ fi a, ɛka sɛ nipa mmienu ho ayɛ fi a, baako ho ayɛ fi kyɛn baako. Let's admit to that. To wait what I said earlier. That if two people are dirty, one is dirtier, one is still dirtier than the other. Unless we admit that, and we all recline, we are equally drunk, it will not help to resolve the problem. It will not help to resolve the problem. That's the point. If somebody slips and you doubly slip and say that we in a shot say I'm 5, it will not exhibit maturity and patriotism. You must understand that. That's why it's most unfortunate, because some people are making it a passion on almost daily basis, talking to the radio stations. Oh, this man is a liar. Proof. No proof. But blanket statements are made about each other. How do you want the other person to take it? I have made it a point not to be reacting to insults that are thrown at me. I speak to issues. We must critique issues, not personalities. That's how to grow our democracy. Honorable Eric, is that not the case? I know you have not talked, but we are nodding your head. So, colleagues, let's learn to be charitable to one another. The contest or the competition should be on ideas, not on personalities, not on how tall one person is, or how medium-sized one person is, how slim one person is, how pudgy one person is. It doesn't add value to the discourse. Mr. Speaker, I think I'm speaking perhaps longer than the maker of the statement. But to end on a note of humor, because somebody said they were going to attend the birthday of the first deputy speaker, and then they saw the cutting of e-levy cake. Yes, Speaker, that thing was to me, it was laughable. Let's face it. Some people think that the e-levy will not add value to the lifestyle. It will rather introduce hardships on Ghanaians. On a daily basis, they are on radio talking about that. I believe that the e-levy would provide some succor for us as citizens and for Ghana, and reinvigorate the economy. On my birthday, somebody brings a cake to me, which I didn't even know anything about. It's thrust on me. The Speaker, before the cake was even brought, I've spoken about the goodness in the e-levy. I didn't know that anything was coming. It comes to me. And Mr. Speaker, if I should use that opportunity to advertise the goodness in e-levy, what's the sin in that? What is the sin in that? And yet you had a certain Abongo, not the one in blue suit, go out there to say, oh, see what he has done with e-levy. Please, let's rationalize it. You say it's wrong. Somebody says it's good. And you advertise, you are, lambasting it. Somebody is advertising it. And the one who is advertising it, you are saying is offending the sensibilities of those of them who don't like it. And those of them who don't like it, who are also going on demonstration, they don't think that they are offending the sensibilities of those who like it. Please rationalize it. And draw your own conclusions as to whether you are right in castigating and lambasting the person who is advertising it. Revered Abongo. I've said I'm addressing Abongo not in blue suit, but Abongo at large. That is it. I know. The distinction is between B and D. Mr. Speaker, so, as I said, let's be charitable to ourselves. Let's discuss matters. We need to build consensus. So, in the business of building consensus, if somebody raises issues which I think, when I respond to, would scatter the effort in consensus building, I refuse to comment on those matters. Because you see, you are a person leading consensus building. So if anything that people throw out, they have to respond to it, you'll be jeopardizing the enterprise. And when you don't respond to it, people think that, oh, why didn't he respond? It's true. I keep saying that truth is like cork. If you hold it underwater and you get distressed and tired and lift your hand, the truth will shoot up. So let it be. I will wind up, the Speaker, on the note that we should factor the concerns of those of them who have passed through this house. And we are in the process of the instituting a pension scheme for all of us, that is members of parliament. We shall continue in that effort. I think the chief whips are in control of that effort, and I think very soon we'll see the dividends from that effort. So, colleagues, Mr. Speaker, we should commend the maker of the statement, but I think the horizon of the statement has been broadened and indeed deepened, and we are all winners for the statement that has been made by the honourable member for the honourable member for Efutu. The honourable deputy majority leader. Mr. Speaker, he calls himself a bishop. I coronated him as an associate bishop, but he doesn't want to stay there for any long time. He now calls himself a bishop. So be it, and God should bless his efforts. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the space granted.
Yes.
Speaker, with your leave, if we may now go on to page 16, and take item 32. And Speaker, let me seek your leave further for the Deputy Minister of Education to stand instead of the Minister, which I signed.
As you can see, he's trying to make me look like a bad person. He hasn't discussed this with us. He told us that the minister was coming for us to do this. No, you didn't say the deputy minister was going to stand in for the minister. And you are calling for critical amendments. Mr. Speaker, well, we will oblige him.
Well. Honourable members, let's turn to page 16. Page 16, item number 32, motion, Minister for Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the Student Loan Trust Fund Amendment Bill 2021 be now read a second time. I so move.
Yes, the chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion. And in so doing, I would like to present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the table office to capture the entirety of the report via SRE Essex. The purpose of the bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Student Loan Trust Act 2011 Act 820
was enacted to provide financial support for students in tertiary institutions in fulfillment of the constitutional mandate imposed on government in Article 25 and 38 of the 1992 Constitution to ensure that higher education shall be made equally available to all. Section 19 of the Act 820 requires students to provide at least one guarantor to be eligible to access the Student Loan Trust. This provision over the years has served as a barrier to many students. Mr. Speaker, I would like to move to point 7.1, that's observations. The Minister informed the committee that the introduction of the free senior high school education policy has resulted in the exponential increase in the number of students entering tertiary institutions in the 2022 and 2023 academic year, commencing in January. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee has thoroughly examined the bill and is convinced that the proposed amendments are necessary to reduce the burden that poor and needy students who have gained admission into tertiary institutions go through in accessing finance for their education. The committee considers this bill as an urgent one. The committee therefore recommends that the House adopts its report and approve the bill subject to the proposed amendments. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the report of the committee which the chairman presented, and I want to support, deals with the Students' Loan Trust Fund Act of 2011, Act 820. And if we look at the object and functions of the fund, Mr. Speaker, I quote, Section 2.1, the object of the fund is to provide financial resources and the sound management of the fund for the benefit of students of accredited tertiary institutions pursuing accredited tertiary programs and to promote and facilitate the national ideals enshrined in Articles 25 and 38 of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, what it aims at doing is to make sure that persons who don't have wherewithal, that is the resources available to others to take care of their education at the tertiary level should be supported from this fund. And over the years, this has been there. But the challenge of funding has become the problem. Funds to release by government or other agencies to the Student Loan Trust Fund is always in arrears. And it is making it difficult for students to access the fund to support their education. At times, what happens is that the academic year is almost ending before the funds are released. And that has been the story over the years. And it is our hope that this time around, when these amendments are carried and the guarantorship is removed, it will not be too difficult for students to access the loan, so that at the beginning of the academic year, they can access the funds and pay their fees. Because many are not able to enter the tertiary institutions because they are not able to pay the initial fees. And the fear is also there that as what happens in this country or other areas or in other countries is people find it very difficult to pay back facilities that they have been given, either for their businesses or for their education. So it is our hope that beneficiaries of this fund
going under these amendments, where there will not be guarantorship, will be fair to this country and be honest to ourselves, so that at the end of the period, when you have taken advantage of the facility, you will pay back so that others can also benefit. Because if you fail to do that, then the fund may collapse. Because once there is no guarantorship, nobody will be held responsible in the immediate future. Because money, when it goes out, coming back becomes very difficult. Because there are many who have taken the student loan trust fund, student loan for their education. And until the person who guaranteed for them is going on a retirement, they are not forced or they don't take steps to pay back the loan. So it is hoped that this time, Ghanaians are being given the opportunity to take advantage of the loan without any guarantors. So we hope that in the future, we will do what is needful so that the fund will not collapse. With that, I support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So I guess we have started debating the motion, first one to order 127. So, Honorable Bernard Ahiafo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that the Student Loan Trust Fund Amendment Bill 2021 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, knowing very well that at the second reading, we debate the principle, the rationale, and then the object of the bill. Mr. Speaker, I intend to do the same. Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill, as captured in the memorandum, is to amend the Student Loan Trust Fund Act 2011, Act 820, to dispense with the requirement of a guarantor prior to the disbursement of a loan by the board. Mr. Speaker, we must state the fact that the students' loans are not for free. It's a loan granted to the student and it is required to be paid back. Mr. Speaker, one thing that ensures that these loans disbursed to the students are paid back is the guarantor requirement. Because with the guarantor requirement, you are forced to pay the loan back. If you do not pay, at the point that your guarantor is going on retirement, the guarantor may be made to pay or pay his portion. But now we are removing the element of guarantor. The requirement of guarantor will no longer be a legal requirement after this amendment is carried out. What provision are we putting in place to ensure that the monies being given in the name of loan are repaid? That is what we should be thinking about as we look at the various amendments to the bill. Mr. Speaker, once you dispense with the requirement of a guarantor, the tendency that the loan will not be paid back is there. Already, the Student Loan Trust Fund is indebted. The Student Loan Trust Fund is capped. Mr. Speaker, it is capped, earmarked and capped. So what their source of funds is already reduced. Meanwhile, the loan that they will be required to grant, if you do away with the element of a guarantorship, is going to increase, coupled with the fact that these loans will not be paid back. Being high, Mr. Speaker, we need to take into consideration the kind of policy that we are trying to implement. The fear is that it may get to a point that the Student Loan Trust Fund may not even be in funds to be able to grant these loans. Because the loans are granted, if they are not being paid back, where do they get money from? They are also capped. The releases are also not coming. Mr. Speaker, it is not too early. These are all factors that will have to be taken into consideration in deciding whether the amendment is supposed to be carried out or it is not supposed to be carried out. Because at the end of the day, we need to do what will be in the interest of this nation. It is because of this nation that is why we are here. Nobody is opposed to the grant of loan to students in tertiary institutions. But the principle being brought now, how does it ensure the repayment of the loan? Mr. Speaker, let me at this point indicate that at the consideration stage, the issue of the fact that if a demand notice is served on you and you fail to pay, it will constitute a judgment executable. Mr. Speaker, that will be fiercely resisted. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support the motion.
Yes, let him come to a member for Asante Achim North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this.
Honorable, before you proceed, let me bring your mind to the fact that the time is 2 o'clock, and kindly permit me to extend sitting beyond the normal times. So you may.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be very snappy. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this motion in support. Mr. Speaker, we have all been through this situation before, and going through education, we found that it was difficult to finance ourselves, and our parents could also do so. So most of the times, we had to rely on people who otherwise are related to us to provide guarantee for us to be able to access the loans. It was not easy finding the guarantors, more so when history of it showed that most of the people who wouldn't pay had to be paid through the benefits of retiring public. It was also not an incentive for people to support us in accessing this loan. God so good. Now, we are going through the digitization program, and that identifies each person per your TIN number. So that guarantee, if it goes away, the beneficiaries will pay as they seek employment. So this fear of the beneficiaries not paying is whittled away by way of the digitized number of the beneficiary that will be connected to his employment records. So, Mr. Speaker, the need, nobody doubts it, for the students to be able to access and access freely without the strings that are difficult to disconnect. And if the fear is that the students will not pay, we want to use this as a guarantee that once the beneficiary has his TIN number connected to the application, and once the beneficiary will continue to enjoy employment within the economy, and once the beneficiary is accessible by reference to his TIN number, Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ from my senior who says that the fear of not paying back should prohibit the access to the facility. Mr. Speaker, technology is now giving us access to everybody wherever you are, and this technology will also facilitate the collection process. So, Mr. Speaker, I am in full support of this motion, so that our students can have unfettered access to the facility, for which I am convinced that this technological development will facilitate the collection of the loans as people go through education and access employment. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support this motion.
Yes, let me come to you, Honorable Crementa Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion. Mr. Speaker, many of us here in this chamber are beneficiaries of student loans. I remember very vividly that when I entered the University of Ghana in 1992, and in fact, the Honorable Apia Kubi is a mate of mine. The only way we were able to go through our studies at the university was with the support of student loans. Mr. Speaker, ideally, this exercise should have been completed. I say so because the Student Loan Trust Amendment Bill was taken under a certificate of agency. Rightly so. The intent was to make sure that the processes would have been completed to allow for the no guarantor policy to have been in place before the reopening of our tertiary institutions. That did not happen, and we all know why that didn't happen. But be as it may, there are many students whose academic life and survival is currently jeopardized because they have no access to the student loans. So I would like to urge this House that whilst we are looking at all the modalities to ensure that when this bill is passed into law, those who are going to be beneficiaries of the loan are able to pay back those loans, we should keep in mind that groups like the Association of Intelligent but Needy Students are waiting on the sidelines anxiously for us to execute this mandate of ours so that they can have access to the loans and to pursue their academic careers, to contribute to themselves, their families, and to Mother Ghana. On this note, I support the motion.
Yes, Honorable Member for Trouble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But, Honorable Member, before you move on, indulge me to suspend the House for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable member for trouble, you may make your contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, we all know the best asset of every country is human resource. We all know the Constitution has also made it clear that expansion of access is very important and crucial. If we really want to educate our people, expansion of access is at all levels is very crucial. And all strategies that are needed to ensure that the opportunity to school or educate, acquire knowledge is made clear. Payment of fees, we all know, is a huge challenge. So, Mr. Speaker, the Student Loan Trust, which we all benefited. I remember when we were at the University of Ghana, it was then 50,000 a year. Today's 5 cedis. Today's 5 cedis, it was then 50,000. The challenge we had, Mr. Speaker, was getting 3 or 2 guarantors. Guarantors also of a double coincidence of wants. Because the guarantor, getting a guarantor, getting somebody is an issue, and getting the person to have be a contributor of Senate. So it was very difficult getting a guarantor. So the basis that the guarantor must, if you don't pay, at the end of the day, or she must pay. It is in this notion that taking out the grant from the Act and using the Ghana card as the basis, which is that the way the Ghana card is being considered today, at the end of the day, will be a source of identification of every Ghanaian or every citizen. Therefore, let's look at it from that perspective, do the amendment, and then we'll ease up the situation for the students. As we speak, they are all waiting patiently to ensure that this is done so they can apply. Mr. Speaker, the issue about payment so that the fund can be sustainable, yes. But Mr. Speaker, the cost-benefit analysis is critical. What I think we should continue to do is to work hard and create job opportunities for the youth, so that the student just after schooling, definitely after national service, will get a job. Out of that, we can easily identify and then we move on. Mr. Speaker, I see the Honorable Minority Leader asking, where is the job? Honorable Deputy Minority Leader asking, where is the job? Mr. Speaker, as if he is giving up. I don't think he meant that this country, with all our resources and our intelligence, I don't think he meant that we cannot work hard and create job for the people of this country. I don't think he meant that, because the way he put it, as if we've lost it. So, Mr. Speaker, all that we are saying is that let's continue to work hard. Let's base on our resources that we have. Let's work hard to create more job opportunities. The benefit of educating our people, as I said, the cost-benefit analysis, outweigh whatever that we want to put in place. I'm not saying that we shouldn't ensure sustainability of the fund, but that should not sway us away from making this assessment to make the open access that we all wanted, as established by the Constitution for the tertiary institution. The Constitution even saying that progressively as we move on, tertiary education should be free. So whilst we have the GMPC scholarship, we have the GET Fund scholarship and other government scholarship, at least trying to look at the brilliant but the needy students. The loan or the student loan trust is another approach to ease up the financial burden of parents so that this country can have good education, quality education, so that at the end of the day, those of us who are facing out, the youth will definitely be able to replace us. I know that the deputy minority leader is facing out. He is facing out. You could see the beard, very white. We are all facing out. So the youth can come and replace us while we relax in our homes. We know this country is in a safer hand. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me come to you, Honorable Member for Wa Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to
this. Let's make our
yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this report on the Committee of Education on the Student Loan Trust Fund Amendment Bill 2021. Mr. Speaker, to start with, I would say that it is a good initiative to help out the many students who will be churned out by the free senior high as captured by the report, and who will all be looking for an opportunity to go through the system. As members of parliament, we've had situations where you have numbers of students, uncountable numbers of students knocking at your door, asking you to pay their fees for them, some even asking for guarantees to enable them go through the system. It is logically the case that government should demonstrate initiative and do something about it. I understand that even in many countries, many students can use their phones, enter their particulars, and be able to earn a loan facility. And as has already been mentioned, a loan facility is not equal to free money. It is money that will be paid back later on. But we are in a country where money coming into the pockets of people in the form of loans, especially facilitated by government, are seen as free money. And when it happens that way, they often are reluctant to pay. We have lots of banks suffering these kinds of challenges of beneficiaries of loans refusing to pay, especially when they pass through government systems, or when they know there's a backing by the state. So we need to do something in particular about it. First of all, we need to sensitize the students who are receiving this, that this is a loan and not a grant that is not refunded. And we need to also take into consideration the issues raised by Honorable Bernard Ayafo, that the guarantee to secure the loan must be strong enough to make sure that the students actual payback. I do understand the explanations given by the report, that there is supposed to be every one of them having to have an ID, a Ghana card, linked also to the student's social security number, would enable government track the people. But that's not guarantee strong enough if there is no strong initiative to make sure that students will understand what they have taken and will be willing to pay. And I will urge the Ministry of Education to take that consideration, to take that concern into deeper consideration, so that as this facility is out there for students, and as it is there for the many students who will be facing the challenge of sponsoring their education and getting them out in their numbers into the university, there will also be a guarantee that we are not drawing the banks back, we are not creating a lot of bad debt and creating situations where we are unable to secure what has been given out. We have to train our young people to know that they have to demonstrate high responsibility in this matter. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yeah, let me come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this student loan scheme debate. Mr. Speaker, it is necessary, truly, to get the scheme really functioning. Because when you consider the number of demands made on us as members of parliament by students for financial support, you can't just wait any longer. But, Mr. Speaker, the process, the major difficulty with the loan scheme is the process through which the fund goes to disburse the loans to the students. They apply, and it takes several months for the monies to be disbursed to them. So I think those are the critical points we have to look at. Now, how do you identify the students as needy? It's a scheme which is meant to support needy students, because some students are identified as not being needy because of their parental background. We tried some time back to get students field questionnaires so that we could identify those who really needed support, financial support in tertiary institutions. But we were not successful because everybody was saying the same thing on the form. So whether rich family students or poor backgrounds, they were saying the same thing. So it was difficult to identify those who were needy and needed support. Now, Mr. Speaker, if this is difficult, then it means that all students will be going in for the loan. All of them. Once you enter the tertiary institution, they will be going for their loan. So that its success will be dependent on the amount that's available in the pot to distribute among all students. Now, Mr. Speaker, payback of the loan is crucial. Sometimes we make a lot of political statements and decisions which runs counter to sound financial practices. If you give the students loans, tell them that they don't need anybody to stand in for them, they take it as free money. And you cannot even imagine how these monies are spent when they are not tied to specific assignment or project. That's why for me, when I am granting any financial support to a student, I give you condition. Let me have your student number, ID number. Then if it is payment of fees, I send the money direct to the institution. In that way, you will not get the money into your pocket to do anything you want to do with it. So I think that if we are going to carry through this no guarantor scheme, then we must rearrange it in such a way that the support will go to specific needs of the students to solve those problems, not just that we give them money to put in their pocket and to do with it. Because if we don't secure payback of the loans, future applicants will suffer and there will be nothing left in the fund to disburse to them. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to raise two issues as part of this debate at this stage of the bill. Mr. Speaker, if you look at clause 3 of the memorandum accompanying the bill, the entire bill is anchored on this provision of this paragraph, which says that, in part, this provision over the years has been a barrier to many students accessing the fund. What is this provision? Provision that's to at least one guarantor in accessing the facility. So, Mr. Speaker, I was hoping that as a House would have been guided with some data that, for instance, between 2017 and now, 50,000 prospective applicants, out of 50,000 prospective applicants, for instance, only 30,000 were successful, because the 20,000 who were interested in applying for the facility couldn't do so because they couldn't provide guarantors, and they would have been a good guide. But we are simply being told that because that provision served as a barrier, government is compelled to come back to the House for this amendment to be effected. Mr. Speaker, the second point I want to raise is also the presumption of non-compliance. We are presuming that if you have a guarantor and you access the facility, you may not comply by paying in full, and therefore the guarantor now bears the burden of having to be called upon to pay. And again, I thought that we could have given some statistics there. Finally, I agree that law is a tool for social engineering. So we are using this provision to respond to the mid-year review of the free SHS, which is from 2017 to 2021-22. Within that 5-year period, the number of students who have gone through the program are such that we are expecting them to progress naturally to the next level, which is tertiary, and therefore they may need financial assistance to be able to pursue the tertiary education. So if we don't assist them to have easy way or easy access in applying for this facility, the purpose, one of the government, the key policy objective of introducing the free SHS policy would have been defeated. Again, I thought that we could have been given some data in terms of the numbers. It could have been contained in the memorandum. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, I'm in support, but when we get to consideration, we are going to meet, we'll resist one or two provisions of the proposed bill, particularly when we are saying that by legislation we could say an outstanding amount in respect of an applicant could be deemed to be a judgment debt by our constitutional provision. We don't have the judicial power to make those pronouncements. It has to take a court of law pursuant to Article 125 plus 3. The judicial power is exercisable by the judiciary. So they may have to make pronouncements in terms of an amount due and owed as a judgment debt for which execution could be levied. And so with these words, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion on the floor that the report be approved so that the bill could move to consideration for expeditious consideration by members so it can be passed into law. I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this treasure space. Mr. Speaker, the whole essence of this amendment is to enable students have access, deal with all the issues of frustrations and difficulties, but also to make the student or the beneficiaries responsible. So, for instance, if a guarantor has, say, some 5 years to go on pension, and a student has completed school, is unable, is not working, and the guarantor is supposed to take their responsibility, and is a pensioner, and part of his or her savings will be going, in itself is a problem. If this no guarantor policy is aimed at also doing away with that pressure that would be mounted on the guarantor. Now, the question of whether or not the beneficiary will pay. Well, Mr. Speaker, in this modern age where the whole space is being digitalized, you cannot benefit and run away. I believe that in the enforcement of this legislation, a system will be in place to track beneficiaries to begin repayment as soon as they start working, so that it wouldn't be that there will be some lacuna or some space gaps where a beneficiary will be working and still will not attempt to pay back. Mr. Speaker, if you go out there, many of our people are unable to access higher education because their parents or guardians or relatives cannot afford. So after introducing free SHS, the next thing is to create access for many who have the willingness to proceed to get the opportunity. So I think that is the thrust of the matter before us. Yes, and I agree that when you say non-payment amount to judgment debts, I agree with the view expressed by the speaker who had his bite before me, that these are matters of law. So we must perhaps find a more elegant way of expressing exactly our intent when we get to the consideration stage. That I agree with him. Suffice to state that this House has legislated on matters where we've even created strict liability. So traffic offences, it is not for prosecution to lead evidence or probative value, etc., etc. But this House.
Leader, hold on. Member, are you on your feet?
But this House has legislated to make it a strict liability offence. So immediately it is alleged that you've committed a road traffic offence, it is for you to prove your innocence. So we may have to couch that provision in a much more elegant manner. There is no doubt on my mind that with very committed legislators who have time for bills in this House, when we get there, they would help us to cross that important bridge. And here I refer to no less a person than Mercy himself, because I've seen him very busy scrutinizing, and I know he and his following and followers would lead a charge to ensure that we find an elegant expression there. So, Mr. Speaker, having said all of these, I think that we must commend government for this bold step. expanding the human resource capacity of this country is very critical. This is not, once again, about NDC or MPP. Many of our people are impoverished because they could not have access to higher education. So to the extent that this bold step is being taken, and is being taken through certificates of urgency, we as a House must look critically at the report of the committee, commend them for their industry, and proceed to do the needful as required of us by the Constitution. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm the acting leader here. I'm the acting leader. So you should speak before me. You should speak before me. Because I'm leading this bench.
Leader, go on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So Speaker, I also rise to support the motion for the second reading of the Student Loan Trust Fund Amendment Bill 2021. So Speaker, I think that the point has been made clearly, the need for the amendment in order to create an environment and pave way for students having access to funding to take care of their education. And we know the major obstacle to many students in accessing the facility is their inability to get the guarantors to guarantee them. Most of us here have gone through that. And I remember when I was looking for 2 guarantors to guarantee for my loan. It was a difficult challenge for me, but fortunately I was able to get them. It is equally same to many students of today that they are not able to get the loan because they couldn't get the guarantors. So if this bill is meant to remove those challenges, I think that is something we should all support. But let's look at the other end, and probably when we come to the consideration stage, we should know how we should couch it. That if you are using the Ghana card in place of the guarantors, the Ghana card definitely will make it easy or possible for you to get the student who has benefited from the facility. But that cannot guarantee whether the person will be able to pay for the loan or not. What can guarantee the person paying is for the person to be gainfully employed, where he can pay out of his earnings or her earnings. So, using Ghana card alone might not give us that guarantee, because the person must be employed after the education, after the school, and then be able to earn an income and pay out of it. So what do we do? If 2 students who took the loan all completed school the same year, and then one of them is able to gain employment in the following year, the second one, it took him more than 5 years without employment. What happened to the 2 students and what happened to the loan? We should look at that clearly. How are we going to accumulate the interest for the one who could not get employment? Because once the person cannot get employment, he will not be able to pay or refund the loan. So we should look at that critically. I saw some amendment being proposed of a 5% monthly interest penalty. I already ruled out that cannot happen. Monthly, which means that annually is 60%. In fact, it should completely go. When we get there, we don't have to do that amendment. Myself, withdraw it completely. Because what you are trying to prevent, your amendment will rather impose greater punishment or
challenges to students. And looking at that, may not even encourage them to go for the loan at all. So we'll get there when we come to the consideration stage. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that we should all support this and then do it as quickly as possible, because students are waiting for them to have access to the loan in order to take care of their education. So with this, Mr. Speaker, I also support the motion, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Majority Leader. Well. Honourable members, the motion has been moved and it has been debated. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against the motion, say no. No members, the ayes have it.
An act to amend the Student Loan Trust Fund Act 2011 Act 820 to repeal Section 19 of Act 820 to dispense with the requirements of a grantor and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Student Loan Trust Fund Amendment Bill 2021 accordingly read a second time. Let's move to item number 33.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that, notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 128.1, which require that when a bill has been read a second time, it shall pass through a consideration stage which shall not be taken until at least 48 hours have elapsed. The consideration stage of the Students' Loan Trust Fund Amendment Bill 2021 may be taken today. I so move.
Yes. Second, this procedural motion, but we have to.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker,
I didn't see you.
The bill was introduced under a certificate of urgency. So do we need to suspend the order again to pave way? That was the argument from this side the last time.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, as leader would always say,
based on your prayer this morning, your prayer of reconciliation this morning.
That is so. That's what I'm saying. As leader would always say, and I'm the brain and same coin. So, Mr. Speaker,
too much broth, too much meat does not spoil the broth. Too much meat.
If we have plenty meat,
doesn't spoil the broth.
If we have plenty meat in this, Mr. Speaker, it's okay. That notwithstanding, the motion has been moved. You should just second it and let's proceed. You second it, Mr. Speaker. I'm told the chairman of the committee has seconded.
Honourable Leader, do you want to say something?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that the Deputy Minority Leader has raised this matter. When a bill is to be considered under a certificate of urgency, the other processes are waived automatically. So this procedural motion is superfluous. And that is what we related to the other day. So I agree with him. I agree with him that is wrongly advertised. Once a bill comes under a certificate of urgency, the Speaker, these processes naturally fall. So they should not be resorted to. Thank you. I agree with the Deputy Leader that it was wrong on the part of the table officers to have advertised it.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the leader. But the only difference here is that the
motion for the second reading had been read and debated. And in that report, the agency was accepted by adopting the second reading. So the next one, motion, the procedural motion, is no more needed. What happened the last time, we did not even take the second reading. So that's the difference. You should take note of that.
Ranking, it has already been seconded. Come again. From. Okay, let's hear you.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. I know very well that this bill was laid on a certificate of urgency. That is 3 months now. So does that element of urgency exist? I want education on that, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, that determination was made by the committee, and he's a formidable member of that committee. Indeed, the ranking member. So for him to turn around and ask this question will be asked of him.
Honorable members, let's move on. Let me give a handful.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this is a house of record, and we need to do the right thing so that posterity will judge us right. This particular bill was introduced to be taken under a certificate of urgency. The committee wrote a report to the effect that the bill is of urgent nature and it must be taken under a certificate of urgency. It means that Article 106(13) is invoked. Therefore, there is no need moving any procedural motion in order to move to a consideration stage of the bill. So if you are moving a procedural motion to move into a consideration stage, then by the record, any time there is a bill introduced under certificate of urgency, then the procedural motion will have to be moved. So we should not set the bad precedent.
Mr. Speaker, I think that's exactly what we have said. That's exactly what you have said. And as to what the ranking member asked, I said that he rather should answer the question. In any event, the rules provide that once it's determined by the relevant committee that a bill is of an urgent nature and such that it should be so considered, the bill may be considered, all the processes may, the operative word is may be considered in one day. It doesn't mean it shall be considered one day. Thank you very much.
So on that note, do we go ahead to put the question, leader? Very well. So honorable members, then we move to item number.
Speaker, I think the tango here is clarity, so that tomorrow, when we find ourselves in the same situation, a similar motion may not engage the House. So if you direct, then we can be guided.
Well, now we got the impression that the operative word is may. So if it is may, then I'll put the question. Oh, very well. Very well. So the word is may. Operative word is may. So let's take it like that and move on. Yes. So we move to item number 34, the consideration stage. The chairman of the committee. So, honorable members, we will start with cross 1.
Section 5 of Act 820 amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to proceed, I would like to amend.
Chairman, do you have any amendment on cross 1?
No,
I don't think so.
Yes, I have one.
Cross 1.
Clause 5.
No, we haven't gotten to cross 5 yet.
That is I. Yes, clause 1. Clause 5, amendment proposed.
Honorable Chairman, we haven't gotten to cross 5. Let's start with cross 1.
Oh, okay. Huh? I don't get it.
Speaker, I think the issue is this. The amendments are in respect of Section 5 of the Act. Now, if we take the other paper, it's captured as clause 5, but item 1. So it has to be item 1, clause 5. Yes, there's no clause 1.
Thank you.
So what procedurally, we'll start from clause 1 all the way to, because there are no amendments in respect of those, so they will become part of the bill.
So, Mr. Speaker, I think the appropriate rendition, if you look at the order paper, it's listed as Roman number 1. That is the item. So, item listed as Roman number 1, which is clause 5 that the chair wants to relate to. So, just so that we get it right, the chronology right, this item listed as I, Roman number 1.
Well, leader, procedurally, won't we go through the procedurally, we have to start with cross 1. It's only when you get to cross 5 then we come to. Is that so? Table. Right? You've already read it. So, honorable members, cross 1 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Mr.
Speaker, yes, indeed, what is captured here, that is, the amendment bill seeks to delete paragraph F of the original. And in its place, we're going to have this new insertion, which should read, one representative of the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. The original read, one representative of the National Council for Tertiary Education. Now, by the new act that Parliament passed in 2019, 2019 or 2020? 2019. Yes, 2019. Now, we have changed the designation, which is why they are doing this. So, I agree with this principle. My worry, however, is that, Mr. Speaker, even in the Constitution, there are so many of such provisions which exist, the nomenclature of which has changed, without amending those ones. And I think that we should construe it to mean that, given what has been done by the new acts, when we talk about the National Council for Tertiary Education, now we are talking about the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. Otherwise, every single step, we may have to be doing these amendments. For instance, Mr. Speaker, I may want to draw attention to, say, the composition of, let's say, the National Security Council. The new bill that we made has changed the designations. For instance, we have there shall be a National Security Council which shall consist of, and G provides the Director of External Intelligence, the Director of External Intelligence, the Director of Internal Intelligence, the Director of Military Intelligence. Who are they? We know them. But the new acts that we have passed, do we have to go and amend the Constitution? So, Mr. Speaker, I have difficulties when we have at every turn to be proffering amendments to these acts. Because otherwise, we may have to go back to the Constitution and be making these amendments. I may worry. But I agree with the principle. But do we have to be doing this? That's my challenge.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, apparently on this occasion we have no option. Because one cardinal principle in making legislation is to avoid ambiguity. So we try to avoid ambiguity in the sense that if you go to Education Regulatory Bodies Act, you don't see a terminology different from what is used in this amendment bill. Because this amendment bill is coming after the passage of Education Regulatory Bodies Bill. That is why, in doing this amendment, the terminology that is used in the Education Regulatory Bodies Bill must be the terminology that will have to be used here as a consequential amendment. So this one, there's no difficulty about it. But the problem that he's raising is a genuine problem, because the Constitution itself used certain terminologies, and this House passed laws, and those terminologies have changed. Meanwhile, the Constitution remains the same. So we need to take a holistic look at these things. I must also submit that it is about time for us to even look at the holistic amendment of our Constitution to update it.
Yes.
Speaker, I think leader is the leader of government business. And one of the key things I have realized is that we don't even reprint our laws to take care of the emerging new terms and terminologies that we employ. And that's one. Then two, I think that when, as a result of responding to emerging trends or new things, and we include them in our legislations going forward, it behoved on the House to have gone back to occasion consequential amendments which are not fatal to the Constitution, because every act of this House and its subsidiaries are supposed to be in conformity with the constitutional provisions. These are nomenclatures. These are simply changing names of offices, which are not fatal. So once we see fit to change names of state institutions, we had a duty to go back to let them reflect in the Constitution as they are reflecting in the Parent Act. So, leader is here. He's been guiding us. So I think he has encountered the problem. So going forward, maybe we'll take steps to do some of these things. I thank you.
So, leader.
Mr. Speaker, we can do one of two things. We may do it the way we are doing it. If we traverse that route, then my suggestion is that we should go to other pieces of legislation and then bring them up to speed. However, the other option is the effect of the Interpretation Act. The Interpretation Act, and I just call for it. So you look at Section 35. It makes adequate provision for what we are doing, and makes it this exercise superfluous. So that's my worry. But I agree that maybe for purposes of clarity and avoiding ambiguity, we may want to do this. And once you start this exercise, we may have to go the whole hog. Otherwise, what is the effect of Section 35 of the Interpretation Act 2009? That's the difficulty. But the Speaker, maybe we'll call in the draft persons to aid us in this, as to whether we have to go this route or leave it and recline to the effects of Section 35 of the Interpretation Act. Because it cures that mischief.
So,
what's the way forward?
Yes, we got the sponsor, that's the Ministry of Education, is requesting that we allow them to follow that route. But as for them, there are other major bills which have these same afflictions. I'm just bringing this on board so that we look at it holistically. But for now, maybe we may yield to the humble plea of the Deputy Minister for Education, even though I do not think that that's the best that we could do. But under the circumstances, maybe we'll do that and see, going forward, what best option is available to us.
Thank you.
Chairman, let's now begin from Section 1, Clause 1. That Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Clause 2.
Section 19 of Act 820 repealed.
Honourable members, Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. This session is supposed to be.
Mr. Speaker, the Clause 2 is saying that the principal enactment is amendment by the repeal of Section 19. What is Section 19? What is there? We should know. We should know what we are repealing. If not, we'll be making mistakes. So, Section 19 of the principal enactment should be read to us. Let's know what it is.
Mr. Speaker, I think this whole enactment bill is predicated on the role of guarantors. And 19 reads, that's the original enactment, a borrower shall provide at least one guarantor acceptable to the board prior to the disbursement of the loan by the board. And since we are truncating the role of guarantors, we don't need that. That is why they are calling for the deletion of Section 19.
So, honourable members, we will move on to Section 2. Clause 2.
Yes.
Table.
Speaker.
You've read it.
Speaker, I think the oversight was that it was not reproduced in the order paper and also in the bill.
So once leader has read it to the House, it's for consideration.
So we should focus only on the amendment.
Yes, the amendment is to the effect that it should be deleted. It should be taken out completely. That's the gravamen of the bill. And so it was a mere oversight that they did not reproduce it. No, in my opinion, even though we are asking that the principal enactment is amended by the repeal of Section 19, we ought to see the Section 19 captured here.
But that has been read by leader.
Exactly. So that is why I'm saying that. Sorry. Hold on. Let me make my point. Then you can disagree with me respectfully. Mr. Speaker, my humble position is that even though the amendment in respect of clause 2, as it is in the bill, is for the repeal of Section 19 of the Parent Law. It means that it has to be deleted completely. But like leader said, what are we deleting? Somebody may want to see the provision. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, the amendment proposed is correct. The effect of this amendment is that Section 19 of the Parent Act will no longer be part of the law. So you are deleting in its entirety Section 19. If you want to know what is being deleted, then you have to pick the Parent Act to know what is being deleted. You don't reproduce what you are deleting in the other paper. So it will be wrong to use what you are deleting in the other paper. You don't reproduce. How do you reproduce?
Mr. Speaker, I think what the deputy leader sought, the deputy minority leader sought, was an explanation underpinning the proposal to delete Section 19. He did not call for a reproduction of the original. From the Honorable Robson Lafemabo, he was saying that it should be reproduced. No, that is not how it's done. But it was for him, the chair, to have spoken to it, to explain to us why it's being deleted. But we will not reproduce the original in the other paper. But having said so, Mr. Speaker, I believe this is not a point for litigation. I think we understand. So it was only for those of them who are not committee members, because of course this whole exercise is not only for committee members, it's for plenary. And that is why the chair who was leading us ought to have spoken to it. But now we have understood. So we can move on, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, if you may just hear me. Mr. Speaker, this stage of the exercise we are conducting is called consideration. It is not for nothing that it is labeled consideration. If you are asking this House to repeal a certain provision, I want to see it. This is the bill. I don't have the Parent Act. Don't disagree. Don't say you disagree. It's your opinion. It's procedure. I want to see what we are repealing. And you are saying it's wrong. It cannot be wrong. We may not be doing it so, but I think the proper thing is that if you bring a bill that a certain provision of an existing enactment be repealed, be taken out, as a member of the House, I want to see it. You don't have to tell me that I should go and look for the Parent Act before I see it. At this stage, you are asked, maybe I will resist that. For all you know, I will resist that. No, it should not be repealed, and I'll have my reasons. So with all due respect, I think that when we are asking
a certain portion of an enactment to be repealed and deleted completely, it doesn't hurt if it's reproduced for members to see in the bill. With all due respect.
Yes, I think we will take it on board in future. Let him hear Techiman enough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Agreeing with Honorable Dafiamoko, I'll take you to page 1 of the memorandum, paragraph 3. Mr. Speaker, it has explained that section 19 of the Act requires students to provide at least one guarantor to be eligible to access the fund. It will not hurt, after saying this, if you reproduce what section 19 says, so that we know exactly what we are deleting. If you are repealing something, to take everybody along in one document, you have explained. So it is very elegant in writing to state what you are repealing, so that you can take everybody along without referring to the Parent Act. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member, I think they've just raised an issue.
Yes,
it has been noted.
With all due respect, let me place on record that any time a piece of legislation is being amended, to be able to follow the amendment being proposed, you need the Parent Act. Therefore, there is no need reproducing what is contained in the Parent Act on the other paper. So the two will have to go hand in hand. Once they are saying section 19 is repealed in its entirety, with the Parent Act, you quickly go and look at section 19. Other than that, when it comes to amendments, our other papers will be so voluminous. The Parent Act is available. So, I mean, by practice, that is what we do. We don't reproduce what is being amended on the other paper. I have not seen it in this house before.
Well. Honorable members, you are concerned.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, this is not another paper. This is the bill that you brought to the House with a memorandum attached to it, explaining in copious terms why section 19 must be taken out of the parent enactment. And my brother said, show me the procedure that says that you cannot reproduce that for members to see. No, this is not a drafting style. It's a matter of procedure. I am saying, you haven't shown me any, and I'm saying that it cannot be the case. We may not be doing it, but it cannot be the case.
Honorable members, your concerns.
With all due respect,
the concerns are well noted. We will take it on board henceforth. So the ministry will also take it on board. So, honorable members, the question to cross 2 is, as many as are in favor of cross 2, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, cross 2 stand part of the bill. We move to cross 3.
Section 23 of Act 820 amended.
Honorable members, those in favor of cross 3 as part of this, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, cross 3 stands part of the bill. We move to cross 4.
Section 25 of Act 820 amended.
Honorable members, all those in favor that cross 4 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, cross 4 stands part of the bill. We now come to cross 5, where you have the amendment.
Section 26 of Act 820 amended.
Hold on, leader, what is it?
Mr. Speaker, sorry, I stood up, but maybe I did not catch your eye. That clause 4, section 25 of Act 820 amended. The principal enactment is amended by the subsection 4, subsection 1 of. I think that there must be some reason why this entire clause 4. Clause 4. Why are you amending or
Clause 3, we've taken the clause 3 already. We are not clause 4.
You are only amending 5.
I'm saying that clause 4 of the amended bill, clause 4 amended page 3, is saying that the bill is amended by the substitution for subsection 1 of, so the entire section 25 of the principal enactment is being amended by the substitution with this. And I'm saying that we should have reasons why we're doing that. We have reached there. What do you say we haven't reached there? We are there.
Chairman of
Mr. Speaker, okay. Just so that we save time, the deputy leader did not even mention clause 3. The principal enactment is amended by the repeal of subsection 2. He didn't even ask for the reason. The reason for that, just so that we don't come back, is this. Section 23 of the original provides, 23.2 says, where the borrower fails to pay the loan granted by the board, the guarantor of the loan is liable to pay the loan, and the board shall issue a certificate of payment to the guarantor on full payment. That is what is sought to be deleted in clause 3. Now, clause 4, it says the principal enactment is amended by the substitution for subsection 1 of, and then they list this. That refers to section 25. The Speaker, the 25 also refers to the guarantor. The original provides, if you read what is there before you, the original provides, the board may, in writing, require an employer or a person of an institution to provide the A, then is name, B, residential and postal addresses, C is workplace and workplace address, then telephone numbers, E is email address, F, national identification number, G, national health insurance number, H, social security and national insurance trust number, or any other recognized national pension scheme number, and I, any other relevant information on a borrower or guarantor. So they've sought to delete all guarantor at the end, and then clean up the preamble in the one, which now then reads, the board may, in writing, require an employer, a person or an institution to provide the following information in respect of a borrower, and leave out the guarantor. I think that's the essence of it.
Leader, I hope you're okay. Very well. So we move to clause 5, Chairman.
Clause 5. Just a little bit of editorial work for the 4. I think there should be a comma after may. The board may, in writing, comma, require an employer, a person, so then it flows. There should have been 2 commas there. Otherwise, it may alter the meaning of the preambular statement. The board may, in writing, require an employer, and then it should follow. But that one can be handled by the draftspersons.
Speaker, my worry is with item listed in 4.1, the new one, 4.1F. That's the national identification number. Now, is it the national identification number or national identification card?
Because my understanding is that it's in respect of identity, the proper identity of the applicant. Now, if you are simply asking for a number, okay,
I think the card you may have your
number.
Your number.
Okay, so that's the intendment here. That's the intendment here.
Yes.
Now, so it means that if you have a passport, it cannot be relied on in this case.
The passport number. The passport number. Sorry.
There'll be a passport number. Okay. I'm guided.
Yes, member for trouble.
Mr. Speaker, so following from what he said, you realize that Jean mentions the National Health Insurance number, just for the consistency. The Social Security number.
It's 4.
The H as well. Yeah, the H as well.
So, Chairman.
Section 26 of Act 820 amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 5. Amendment proposed. Paragraph A. Yeah.
Did you? No, he didn't.
You didn't?
He didn't. He didn't.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 5. Amendment proposed. Paragraph A. Subsection 2, line 1. After notice, insert of demand, and in line 2, after address, insert of the borrower. That's also the new rendition.
Yes.
The new rendition will read Clause 5A, amendment proposed. A copy of the notice of demand shall be sent or delivered to the borrower at the last known address, at the last known place of abode or address of the borrower, and published twice in a daily newspaper of national circulation. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the second part of the amendment, but disagree with the first part of the amendment. Mr. Speaker, always we say demand notice. It's not notice of demand. Everybody will agree that the terminology is demand notice, not notice of demand. Mr. Speaker, this is the only concern that I have. Apart from that, I agree to the amendment being made. So it should remain demand notice.
Mr. Speaker, he was at the meeting. We met. We met the attorneys, and he raised the same thing. And they said, no, it is now not demand, a notice of demand, not demand notice. You were there, you raised it, and they answered you, and you accepted it. Why are you raising this on the floor again? These are some of the things that do not.
Mr. Speaker, there is a principle known as Bagby's principle. At committee level, if you raise an issue that the committee members do not agree with you, and you feel strong about the point that you are making, nothing prevents you from raising it on the floor. All lawyers here will agree with me that the terminology is demand notice, including yourself. You agree with me, it is demand notice, not notice or demand. So if I raise this issue and my chairman did not agree with me at the committee level, this is the appropriate forum for me to raise it. Mr. Speaker, I recall, even after the committee's meeting, I came to chairman that the first and second proposed amendment, I want him to drop it. Because the terminology is demand notice, and the drafters are right in doing so.
Honorable, don't you think that was the language in the original text? Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, what they are used to saying really is slang and not the official construct. It's notice of demand. Yes, you used to saying demand notice, but that is not the official construct. The official construct is notice of demand. Mr. Speaker, it is the reason why, if you look at 26, and it takes its root from 26.1 provides, where a borrower defaults in paying the loan for 6 cumulative months, the board shall send notice of demand to the borrower. So consistently, when you come to 2, which then turns into demand notice, you are saying that just apply yourself to the official construct in 26.1 so that it flows. If you want the corrupted version that you use, and which you have become used to, perhaps then you have to go to 26.1 and use the same construct so that it will follow. But don't corrupt the official document with your corrupted version of your daily usage of the terminology. Mr. Speaker, so
I want leader to look at 26.2.
That is
the appropriate terminology demand notice is there.
That is what we are talking about. They are only saying that we should be consistent with the official construct, which is notice of demand. So it's about the same thing, though, using demand notice. But just so that nobody would misinterpret it after you are gone, right? So that it be consistent with what? That's all that there is to it.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The problem was created by the proposed amendment. Because if you look at it, it's a copy of the notice. So we referred to 261. Then when you look at 26.2 again, it changed. Well, we agreed that we should just go by the first one, 26.1.
Precisely.
So that we will go forward. So that's how it came about. So I think we can go by the 26.1, and then all others will follow in that manner. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I agree that the Act itself used the inconsistent language, because if you come to 26.1, it says notice of demand. And if you come to 26.2, the Act used demand notice. So if we realize that the appropriate terminology should be demand notice and not notice of demand, then we should rather be amending 26.1 to let it be in. Oh, you have named me as an eternal litigant, so I agree. I'm an eternal litigant.
Speaker, I'm in support of the further amendment proposed by the Honorable Ahiafo. It shouldn't run away from it. The demand notice is a term of art. It's a term of art. It's even assumed judicial interpretation. Mr. Speaker, I have about 3 judicial decisions here where the term demand notice has been defined by the courts. It's even in our rules of court, CI 47. So it is not out of place that the Parent Act quickly ran away from the use of notice of demand to demand notice down the line. So my point is that the fact that we use notice of demand in some other provision in the law does not obviate from the fact that the proper term, legally speaking, that we know, is demand notice. So I pray that members would. There's no inconsistency in terms of its meaning. But I think what we want to do now is to stay consistent to the use of demand notice going forward, and not rather go back to notice of demand. So I am in full support of.
So are you proposing another amendment?
No, he has proposed a further amendment.
to the amendment proposed by the committee, and I'm in support of what the Honorable Anyafo has proposed, that we should stick to demand notice. It carries a better and further meaning of what the intendment of demand notice is supposed to serve. The notice of demand.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think you have explained that the official construct is notice of demand. Yes. However, in usage, you will say demand notice. Mr. Speaker, to cure this, I thought this Roxonic intervention was going to lead us astray. But just so that we stay consistent, one can just say that we can send it to interpretation. Notice of demand means demand notice. It cures it. It's about the same thing. Or if you use demand notice, it will also say that demand notice is notice of demand. And it cures it. I'm not sure that we have to be splitting hairs over this.
Hasbrouck's Laws of England. Every lawyer's Bible defines demand notice to mean a notice that you owe an amount is owing and due, and so you must pay. In other terms, they even say demand letter. But we move away from using demand letter because the demand notice that we are seeking to use here is in terms of giving notice to you at large that a certain amount of money is due and owing, and you should pay at a certain appointed time. So, if you go to the Black's Law Dictionary, it also defines or explains the term demand notice to mean the interment that this House wants to carry today. So, we should rather stick to the demand notice and move away from notice of demand. Leader respectfully submitted.
Mr. Speaker, there was a member of this House, Honorable Electorate. Honorable Electorate, there was an argument of this nature. He said that by even deleting one word, you have saved some time and ink. So, notice of demand notice, you have saved off. So I will urge the Speaker that the Honorable Anyafo proposes a further amendment to the motion so that we can take it and then move forward. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Damango, do you want to say something?
No, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'm just a bit at a loss. The difference between demand notice and notice of demand. Mr. Speaker,
but in your practice, how have you been?
Oh, they mean the same. There's absolutely no difference between the two. The demand notice is a very straight, summarized form of making a demand of somebody. A notice of demand is the same notice of demand, making a demand of somebody. There's no difference, Mr. Speaker. There's absolutely no difference between notice of demand and demand notice. They are the same import and meaning. Mr. Speaker, so that's just the clarification I want to make, which is that, for the records, there's absolutely no difference. They mean just the same. Notice of demand and demand notice, both is a demand you make of somebody, giving notice of the person of your demand, whichever way you couch it. Thank you.
Yes. Teaching man.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The more reason why we have to use demand notice. Demand notice is what has been used over the years in our law courts. Demand notice is what every lawyer understands without any interpretation. If it is there, if it's not creating any problem, why should we change it? And so I think that, in all fairness, the demand notice must stand because it is that which we have used over the years. It is that which the courts have interpreted. It is that which dictionary uses. So now that we are happy to be doing the amendment, I think that it is proper to stick to what we already know, which has not created any problem. If there is no problem, don't create in any one, I feel so.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I want the Honorable Minister for Lands to know that in drafting, sometimes you have to be very careful using synonyms. Why do you have to be careful using synonyms? You go closer to a terminology that is generally accepted. So once the generally acceptable terminology is demand notice, if you use notice of demand, in interpretation, it could mean, are you referring to something else other than the demand notice that is popularly being referred to? That is the reason for which we are saying that you stick to the use of the demand notice. That is the reason. Now, Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. A copy of the demand notice shall be sent or delivered to the borrower at the last known place of abode or address of the borrower and published to us in a daily newspaper of national circulation. As so moved.
Okay, let's hear you. I'll come to you.
Mr. Speaker, I throw my weight behind the present amendment. I throw my weight.
Use the.
I second the present amendment.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I say that just for the avoidance of doubt, because we are talking about amendment in one provision or the other. The 26(1) is using the phrase notice of demand, and then 2 uses demand notice. We should be consistent. If it's demand notice, then 26(1) should be amended appropriately to demand notice. Conversely, if it is notice of demand, 26(2) should be so amended. Mr. Speaker, I believe this really is a distinction without difference, and I'm wondering why we are doing this. But having said so, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, what we really need to attend to, if I look at the 5A, there's a change in terminology. The 2 says a copy of the notice of demand or demand notice shall be sent or delivered to the borrower at the last known place of abode. That's the first time we are using that. 25 uses place of residence. So I thought that we were really going to attend to that, to say place, the last known place of residence. That is what it should be, to be consistent with 25. But you are splitting hairs on matters that really should not concern us. So, Mr. Speaker, we rather should amend that one. The place of abode should read place of residence. Chairman, we should read place of residence. Mr. Speaker, I'm proposing a minor amendment to that. Place of 26 to the A2. That should be a place of residence, to be consistent with what we did in 25(1), the residential or postal address. Yeah, I'm just saying that it rather should read the place of residence instead of place of abode.
Samuel.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, for the record, the leader seems to have settled the matter. But just because I raised the issue, I think it's important that I set the records so that the Hansard will capture it properly. Mr. Speaker, I agree with leader clearly that if in the bill there are different parts of the bill where demand notice and notice of demand are used interchangeably, then you open yourself for issues of controversy when it comes to interpretation. But Mr. Speaker, I want to maintain the point I made, that there's no difference between notice of demand and demand notice. And Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, to conclude on that, my honorable friend, the lady, made a point about a distinction between notice of demand and demand notice. Mr. Speaker, whether the courts are pronounced on it or is the generally accepted way of using the concept of demand notice and notice of demand, in our country, there is a statute of interpretation. There's an Interpretation Act. So where there are disputes on interpreting word terminologies, is the Interpretation Act which settles it. And I'm submitting that in the Interpretation Act, there is no distinction between notice of demand and demand notice. Mr. Speaker, it's just like the State Proceedings Act. The State Proceedings Act, which says before you commence an action against the state, you have to serve notice to the Attorney General. How you serve the notice, whether it's through a demand notice, a notice of demand, or notice of commencing proceedings, or commencement of proceedings notice, in substance, there is no difference. So, Speaker, but I will concede to the majority leader to say, if in the bill, the terminology is used interchangeably, demand notice and notice of demand, then, on the basis of a canon of interpretation, one would suggest that this House placed different interpretations on notice of demand and demand notice. But in substance, which is the point I made originally, there is no difference between notice of demand and demand notice. If anybody were to point a provision of the Interpretation Act to me which distinguishes between notice of demand and demand notice, I will concede on that. But otherwise, there is no difference. And that's my point, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I thought you've gone over this. We are not talking about substance. We know the meaning they say. But we are talking about, in practice, what we've been using. So I think we've gone past this somewhere. So let's...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman, these are matters of record. My brother just said that, pursuant to the Interpretations Act, notice of demand is interpreted to mean demand notice. Oh, but that's what he said. It's a view you are placing on the expression. But I have anchored my submission and that of the proponent on the definition as contained in Hasbury's Laws of England, on the Black's Law Dictionary, and 3 decisions of our courts, of our superior courts of judicature. You know, I can refer the House to Brown and others versus Voice Limited, 1977, 2 Ghana Law Reports, page 15 to 20 at page 18, pursuant to the decision by Griffiths Randolph J. And again, Brobe J, as it then was, in the case of Ajay versus Amebe, 1980-89, 1 Ghana Law Report 351. Mr. Speaker, I did this research because of the amendments I have proposed. So the point we are saying is that leader may be right in saying that these are matters of record. You have mentioned the Interpretation Act and said that they are interchangeably used in that act, and I'm saying no. It's an opinion you are proffering. I am saying, in support of the Honorable Anyafo, that leader says we should stick to the notice of demand. And we are proposing that pursuant to these other sources of legal information, it will be prudent, it will be proper, it will be more safe to stick and consistent to stick to demand notice, because it's become a term of art in law, in practice, and it's been interpreted, and there's no problem. Humbly submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Now the medical doctor will also want you.
Mr. Speaker, the lawyers cannot bully us here.
Now we'll go to the Queen's language. There are two operational words here, demand and notice. When you say demand notice, demand here is an adjective and notice is a noun. And when you say notice of demand, it means notice of is adjective and demand is a noun. So which one is important? The notice or the demand? The one which is premier is what we should put emphasis on. Thank you.
So, honourable members, leader also proposed the amendment to the abode into residence. So
now, clause 5A, amendment proposed. A copy of the notice of demand shall be sent or delivered to the borrower at the last known place of residence or address of the borrower and published twice in a daily newspaper of national circulation. I so move.
honourable members, the question is, those in favour of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, clause 5 as amended is agreed to. Let's move to II. Chairman.
Clause 5, amendment proposed, paragraph B, subsection 3, line 2, delete demand notice and insert notice of demand. I so move.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I thought with all these arguments being canvassed regarding the use of the appropriate terminology, demand notice, Chairman would have abandoned this amendment.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, if the Honorable Roxanne Dafemoko and Ahiafo were listening to the question that you proposed the question on notice of demand. And the response was yes. So, Mr. Speaker, to be consistent, let's go through. But, Mr. Speaker, with respect, I think that on that, we can leave that one to the draft persons, so that we move ahead. The notice of demand and demand notice, let's leave that one, that construct, to the draft persons to advise better.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Now the new revision is clause 5B, amendment proposed, where the borrower fails to pay or make a satisfactory arrangement to repay the loan in accordance with the notice of demand, the board shall publish the name of a borrower in a daily newspaper of national circulation. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, leader suggested that we leave it to the drafter, so he should not be giving us the new rendition. You said?
Yes, I.
So they will refer it to the drafters, so the drafters will be able to help us, not for him giving us.
So how do I put the question? So should we move to I? Well, let him put the question on the II, since leader has already indicated that the drafters will address that particular issue. So, yeah, to form part of it. So, those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. So we now move to I.
Clause 5, amendment proposed. Paragraph C, subsection 4. Opening phrase, delete sub-regulation and insert subsection. I so move.
Yes, any seconder.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment.
Honorable members, those in favor of the amendment say aye.
I support.
Those against the amendment say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Second motion.
Chairman, let's move to IV.
Assembly a motion for an amendment. We are moving a motion for amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I'm the sponsor. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to move my amendment. Mr. Speaker, item number IV, clause 5, amendment proposed. Paragraph C, subsection 4, subparagraph A, delete and insert the following. A, the amount owed. B, time within which to pay the amount owed. And C, failure to pay the amount owed as stated in subparagraph A shall attract a monthly penalty of monthly penalty interest of 5% until the date of final payment. Mr. Speaker, may I seek your leave to prefer further amendment to this? And that is that the amendment as in A and B should be maintained and C goes away completely. So the new rendition will be paragraph C, subsection 4, subparagraph A, delete and insert the following. A, the amount owed, and B, time within which to pay the amount owed. Thank you.
I'm rather going to take one of yours for delay process.
So now we've done away with the C. Rosen, now we've done away with the C.
That is one. The penal provision through.
Yes. Any second.
Mr. Speaker, looking at the amendment, once the C is being deleted, I do not see any difference between it and what is on the original bill. Because the original bill is saying that the amount owed and demand that the amount owed shall be paid within 1 month after the publication. So the amount owed that he is stating here in A is already here. Time within which to pay the amount owed is also stated here. But over here, it is specific. The time period is stated in the law that within 1 month. But he is leaving it at time within which to pay the amount owed. So given the opportunity, the law that stipulates the period, I will go in for that one rather than the law that leaves the period open. What of if in writing the letter, they said come and pay within 3 days? It is also within the law. That is why the framers of the amendment are indicating that it should be 1 month, which is certain. So for the sake of certainty, I will go with the original rendition rather than the amendment proposed.
Yeah, the owner of the amendment, will you
Speaker, with all due respect, I disagree with my learned senior, both here and out there. Mr. Speaker, the original amendments in the bill There are differences. My amendment is in respect of the amount owed. The amount owed. Now, my other amendment is in respect of time within which to pay the amount owed. This is because we speak of administrative steps. These are publications to be effected in a newspaper of national circulation. It means there are exigencies. The person whose condition or outstanding amount is falling into a default is in some difficulty. So if we legislate in respect of the time within which is to pay, we may be tying the hands of the administrators. That is why, given the peculiar circumstances, they will determine that, well, then we are giving you 90 days within which to pay. But if we legislate, then they cannot extend such a time, given the peculiar circumstances of the person whose condition as a student recently graduated and finds himself in unemployment is being called upon within 1 month to make this payment. It may place him in a certain, or he may be in a certain state of impecuniousness. And so I think that we should give that latitude. We should give that latitude to the administrators or the commission, to the managers of the fund to determine. In any case, there will be a regulation. In any case, Mr. Speaker, there will be a regulation to operationalize the law. So we can give the time frame and state them in the regulation. So I disagree with my senior on this matter. I thank you.
Very well. So let's come to you, the ranking.
Mr. Speaker, if you come to 5.3 of the amendment bill, it is there that where the borrower fails to pay or make a satisfactory arrangement, you see, to repay the loan in accordance with the demand or notice of demand. That is where this will come in. So there's provision for it already in the bill. So there's no need to state it again in your amendment as you are proposing. So it is clear, because you must make the provision that, oh, okay, I know I have defaulted, but I will pay with this so probably with your employer or the managers of the trust. So I think there's no need delivering your point that it should be stated categorically over there. So it is already, it is clearly specified in 3 above. That's how I see it.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, I didn't understand the ranking member. But the gravamen of my amendment is this. I have restructured the aid and subdivided into 2 sub-provisions. The amount owed in the notice of publication must be clearly stated. This is how much I owe. Then I am saying that in B, the time frame within which I am supposed to pay that should also be stated in the notice. But the amendment as stated in the bill, the provision in the bill, is giving a time limit of 1 month. And I'm saying that we speak of somebody who is in a certain peculiar situation, who hasn't been very committed to paying this money. That is why we are spending money to send out notice to him and make a demand on him. So he's in a certain situation. So I think that the fund manager should have some latitude to determine time, given the peculiar circumstances. And also it's important depending on how much is owed. If a student owes, if it's committed to repayment, and the amount outstanding that's falling into that is a default, it's say about 50,000. Are we saying that we should legislate and ask him to pay within 1 month? We don't even know his situation. So the fund manager should be able to have this, and then they will determine. So when they are publishing the notice, there will be some leverage, some latitude
So they can expand the time or limit it. But we shouldn't tie their hands in legislation. That's my humble view on the matter. So it is markedly different from what is stated here. My amendment is markedly different from what is being stated here.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the 4C, the 5C is flowing from B. The B says that where the borrower fails to pay or make a satisfactory arrangement to repay the loan in accordance with the demand notice. Here, demand notice is used here. The board shall publish the name of the borrower in a daily newspaper of national circulation. So, Mr. Speaker, the borrower here has failed to pay. He has also failed to make the necessary arrangement to pay. Probably, this borrower is one of those students who has completed 5 years without job. Now, you are saying that the publication should be made stating the amount owed and then demand that he comes to pay within 1 month. So, let's look at it from that angle. There must be a reason why he failed to pay and also failed to make arrangement satisfactory to pay. So, in that case, the administrators, the board, will then determine what is the reason for this borrower not paying. So, given a time limit of 1 month, which is legally now going to be bound on the administrators to enforce, will be too much for this borrower, this student. Probably is a member of the unemployed graduates. Okay, if the person is working before, but it is not clear here. That's the point I'm saying, I'm raising. Okay, now, assuming that he's working, and he's working as a NAPCO, where his salary is around 700 a month. Can he? So let's look at it from one guy. So give it 1 month. No, give it 1 month. I think that we should leave it open for the administrator to determine. That will help.
Peter, I think, Honorable Nelson, will you be minded to abandon this amendment? Because
Mr. Speaker, not at all. Mr. Speaker, I will explain why. There's a presumption of regularity that I've gotten a job and so I have discretion, so much discretionary income, and I'm out of willful stipulations, refuse to pay an amount that is due and owing the fund. There's that presumption. But it can be rebutted by the circumstances of the borrower. It can be rebutted. Look, it could be that I have just gotten a job. I may even be on probation. And the law is saying that in 3, all this information should be obtained from my employer. So all I am saying is that, yes, we want to recover our money. But let's give the fund managers a bit of discretion to make that determination with the time within which for this borrower to repay what is outstanding. My difficulty is legislating in respect of time in this matter. The 30 days period is too draconian, given the circumstances that the person has fallen in default, and we are presuming that he's gotten a job. So we must serve notice, and he must come and pay.
Please, let's conclude on this.
We'll
put it. Let's hear it somewhere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I truly appreciate the compassion being exhibited by my honorable friend, the Honorable Dafia Mapo, and also the concerns he's raising. But Mr. Speaker, globally, when you support or you deploy a welfare scheme through a fund, the survival of the fund rests on how much the fund revolves and how much the rate of repayment and how the fund gets replenished and so on and so forth. Mr. Speaker, I think we have to be mindful of that. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, whenever you introduce the element of discretion, then you are running into problems. Mr. Speaker, and it's also because you want to oust the element of discretion. That is why in many times we say legislate, have an act of parliament. That's why in many parts or in many aspects of our national life and our public life, discretionary powers are ousted through legislation. And that is what we are trying to do here. Mr. Speaker, thirdly, anytime you also give a sense of laxity and people have a certain room to maneuver, have liberty to determine when they repay loans taken and the rest, there also, Mr. Speaker, you run into problems. So, Mr. Speaker, I would think that the 1 month period given, I think is reasonable and is a condition or is a time frame within which I believe the fund can revolve in a manner that will make the fund sustainable. I think it's extremely important that this time frame is maintained. Mr. Speaker, those of us who have had some association with student loans in this country, the biggest problem that the student loan scheme has had to deal with over the years is the question of repayment. Anybody who has had any association or experience with student loan scheme in this country will attest to the fact that the biggest challenge for student loan scheme, the student loan scheme of our country, has been the issue of repayment. So if we have the opportunity to legislate and to give a time frame within which people have to pay and impose 1 month, if the 1 month is too short, perhaps we can look at the time frame and say 1.5 months or 2 months. But that, it should be at the discretion of the fund managers or administrators. So, Speaker, I respectfully disagree and insist that this be maintained. So, Speaker, the question about people being employed and NAPCO and all of that, hope and aspiration all of us are working towards is that we get to a point where the unemployment rate in our country comes down so that we get into a circumstance where a considerable number of our population are employed and be able to support such funds, whether it's a student loan scheme fund or it's a national health insurance fund or pension fund or whatever. But at least, Mr. Speaker, we can all be comforted that at least the unemployment, the Graduate Unemployed Association of Ghana, at least in disbanded since 2017. And that is a path that we can proceed from. In disbanded, at least there's NAPCO with 700 Ghana cedis. All of it is well and good. But Mr. Speaker, a discretionary power should not be entertained. Thank you very much.
Nelson, you see, the guarantor system is being phased out. And you are going to give discretion to students or people to decide, and I don't think. So let's maintain the original.
Speaker, humbly, let me kindly hear me, Speaker. Speaker, I am in no way saying that or I'm proposing an amendment that will stifle the fund of sustenance. No. I am looking at the circumstance of the person whose payment has fallen into a default. In any case, after the 30 days, if he fails to pay, what happens? We are going to litigate that matter down there, because I'm saying that the amendment being proposed says that the amount owed, amount due and owing should be deemed as a judgment debt, against which the fund will proceed to levy execution. But I'm saying no. I am saying that no. You must rather go to court to have a judgment. Exactly. You can't say that because I owe you money, No, we have yes, exactly. But if you understand the trajectory of the scenarios, then you see that I am not saying anything out of the ordinary. I am only saying we should give latitude to the person whose payment has fallen into a default, the opportunity to repay. He hasn't demonstrated non-committal. No. He's been committed, but the outstanding is what has fallen into a default.
Well heard. Leader.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, there should be an end to pursuing who to pay and what to pay at what time. Now, the proposal from the Honorable Roxanne Nelson Dafiamopo, it says that we should have the time within which to pay the amount owed. And he is saying that we should not confine ourselves to 1 month. Let's assume that by way of negotiation, they determine there should be 2 months or 3 months or even 6 months or 1 year. What if we get to the expiry of that period, is not able to redeem it? What happens? You certainly will have to recover. And Mr. Speaker, the terms and conditions of administering the fund will provide for this. And those terms and conditions will be provided for in the regulations. In the regulations, this is the body of the bill. The regulations will provide for the terms and conditions of administering the fund. It will be part of this. So please, we are not there. So let's leave it going into the time frame. Let's say you are saying that 1 month is inadequate. What time will be adequate? Because this time that you are proposing is also too open-ended. In any event,
that's why I'm saying we should indicate time.
Oh, are we at Makola? We are not at Makola School of Law. And you don't even get up, Rossing. Rossing, you don't even get up. And from your table, you are speaking to the microphone.
Yeah,
you know it's unparliamentary. I'm not saying that you are a Makola man. I'm saying that we are not at Makola. Yes. So please, Rossing, you must learn to take jabs. This is not an uppercut. It's just a mere jab, and you will not even duck. Mr. Speaker, so I think that the amendment really we can do without that, and let's make progress.
So, honourable members, the question is: those in favour of the amendment say aye. No, sir. No, we are expecting people to say no, so that.
Yes, I want clarity. That's why.
James, we've spent so much time. So, honourable members, those in favour of the amendment proposed by Honourable Roxanne Nelson Dafiamopo, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the amendment proposed is not agreed to. So we move to V.
The Speaker, especially just a minor one, which I guess we could leave to the draft players. We just gone beyond that though. It's in respect of the three, which provides that where the borrower fails to pay or make a satisfactory arrangement to repay the loan in accordance with the notice of demand, the board shall publish the name of the borrower in a daily newspaper of national circulation. I just want consistency of language. Is it the case that we are using repayment of loan or payment of loan? Mr. Speaker, I think that we should be consistent, because The first line says where the borrower fails to pay. Does it fails to repay? To repay. It rather should read to repay. Or make a satisfactory agreement to repay. That's the same loan. So we should be consistent. Either pay the loan or repay the loan. And I think that it should be repay the loan. Yes. Because the arrangement, the satisfactory agreement, relates to the repayment of the loan. So we should have a common language to repay the loan or make satisfactory agreement to repay. So just that.
I think this is a matter of drafting, so let the drafters take note of that. So we move to V, the chairman of the committee.
V, clause 5, amendment proposed, paragraph C, subsection 4, subparagraph A, line 2, delete should and insert shall. I so move.
Yes. Who's seconding it? So I put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is hereby agreed to. VI, Chairman.
Speaker, that's my amendment.
Hey, that's yes. Also yours.
Yes. Speaker, thank you. Speaker, item number VI, clause 5, amendment proposed. Paragraph D, subsection 5, line 2. Delete, execute or enforce the judgment for the recovery of, and insert the following: institute legal action to recover. And Mr. Speaker, the basis of this amendment for me is to the effect that even though we may have agreed that I owe an X amount of money and I have defaulted, for that to be considered as a judgment against me, for which execution, the enactment will be prescribing execution to be levied against me, has to be a subject matter before a court of law. A court has to determine that indeed I owe the amount of money, and that even when judgment has been entered against me with the applicable penal interest or interest applicable, I have still failed to commit to paying sin. So execution could follow. And that it should not be a matter for Parliament to legislate straightforward. That when such an amount of money, we could be litigating the amount of money in dispute. We could be litigating the amount of money in default. There could be a dispute over it. So my prescription is that we should leave that third leg for the fund to take legal action to recover that. And there are consequences when that happens. Because, Mr. Speaker, I anchor my submission on Article 125, subclause 3 of our Constitution. Mr. Speaker, and it reads as follows: the judicial power of Ghana shall be vested in the judiciary. Accordingly, neither the President nor Parliament, nor any organ or agency of the President or Parliament, shall have or be given final judicial power. Yes, I agree. So where we are intimating that we should execute or enforce the judgment for the recovery of,
Judgment can only be entered by a judicial arbitral body. The Parliament cannot ascribe the power of entering judgment in respect of liquidated sums. So, and I know that my brother, in whom I'm well pleased, but our relationship is now strained, will support me in this matter. Time will heal wounds. Time will heal wounds. So, and I know my brother Abu will support me in this matter. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that we should be very careful how we legislate on these matters. When there are intransigence on the part of a borrower, let the courts have the final say. Thank you.
Samuel, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I really wish I will be in a position to support my honorable friend. Mr. Speaker, but the first point I want to make is when in these matters, we always have to contemplate the worst case scenario and then also look into the future. And really, Mr. Speaker, I think you intimated the point a bit, which is that the arrangements we are seeking to make will mean that the ability of the fund managers to recover the loans will be very crucial, because here we are taking out the number one safeguard measure in respect of student loans, which is doing away with the concept of guarantors and so on and so forth. And that will mean that when the loan is advanced, the ability of the fund manager to recover the loan, the law we pass here will have to pay particular attention to that. Otherwise, we run into a lot of difficulty. Mr. Speaker, but on the substantive point, and again, I believe the Deputy Majority Leader will have the opportunity to have the final bite on this matter, and we'll all be guided in terms of the law. But I do know that there are several legislations of this House which, though doesn't make it conclusive in terms of liability or in terms of enforcement, but makes certain occurrences tantamount to judgment. Mr. Speaker, let me refer the House to the Alternative Dispute Resolution Act, for example, where the awards given by an arbitral panel through an arbitral proceedings is equivalent to a judgment of the High Court, which is equivalent to a judgment of the High Court, Mr. Speaker, let me refer the House again also to the Chieftaincy Act, where if you submit to the arbitral proceedings of a chief's court, the award or the ruling of the chief in respect of that matter constitutes a judgment. The only difference, Mr. Speaker, and I would imagine that is why the drafters of this bill use the language execute or enforce the judgment for the recovery, is that even in the case of an arbitrary award, you still have to go through the legal proceedings or processes of enforcing the arbitral award, just as it is in this case. Mr. Speaker, just as it is in this case. So, where in respect of paragraph D, subsection 5, the non-repayment of the loan is construed by the bill as a judgment, nonetheless, you still have to take measures. You still have to go through legal processes or proceedings to execute or enforce the judgment. Mr. Speaker, in that language, my honorable friend should note that the constitutional provision he quoted, Article 1255 of the National Constitution, is satisfied by this provision because it doesn't constitute final judicial proceedings or final judicial power, because you still have to go through the court to enforce the judgment. And the matters of the amount, whether or not it is justified and so on and so forth, will be determined. So, Mr. Speaker, my point really in conclusion is that whatever arrangements we make, we have to be mindful of the fact
that the power of the fund to recover loans is extremely important. Act 995, Mr. Speaker, I'm grappling with Act 995. Act 995 in relation to excavators, where there is this laborious, cumbersome, almost impracticable process for the recovery of excavators, for the disposal of excavators. We should be careful not to put ourselves in that kind of situation where people who deliberately not repay these loans will take the state through a very laborious, cumbersome litigation. So, Mr. Speaker, this will be my comment on this matter. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity, and with all due respect, I beg to differ from the minister using arbitration. Mr. Speaker, the difference here is that failure to pay the debt will amount to an admission and will be deemed to be a judgment debt. In arbitration, consent of the parties are required, and there is a hearing given to the parties. So there is a procedure to avoid breach of natural justice. But in this case, if you look at the law, the way it is, it means that I owe, and the fact that I failed to pay, it amounts to admission, and it will become a judgment debt. A judgment debt of which panel, when it is arbitration, or of which court. So clearly, we should all accept the fact that before you even kill an animal, you offer that animal water to drink. In this case, where lies the opportunity of the person who owes to be heard? Clearly, there is no element of opportunity. And nowhere in the world that an amount owed will naturally and automatically become a judgment debt without listening to the parties involved. This cannot stand the test of time. Because in every matter, for there to be a judgment, whether arbitration panel or a court of competent jurisdiction, both parties will be heard. So in this case, you even obtain the consent of the person as required in arbitration. Then you said automatically the amount owed becomes a judgment debt. This clearly cannot stand. It is on this basis that I will support Honorable Roxon and ask the House that we should even look at the wording of B very, very carefully.
Yes, Honorable Member for Futu.
Mr. Speaker, the motion on the floor from my respected colleague is inviting us to accept a new amendment. I followed the argument by the applicant, and I think without doubt, on all fours, he has a point. However, having read the full rendition...
Leader, hold on. The first Deputy Speaker will relieve me in a bit.
Mr. Speaker, the wise
will proceed. Yes,
Mr. Speaker, the Joe Wise.
Sorry, what did you say?
Mr. Speaker, the wise man. Mr. Speaker, Joe Wise.
You are ignored.
Etc., etc. Barrister law.
You are ignored.
Mr. Speaker.
We're on clause 5.
Very well. So, Mr. Speaker, I was making a point that the view expressed by the applicant to this motion is well grounded. However, in context, having read in full the clause he seeks to impugn, I think we can do something much more elegant. Mr. Speaker, first, let me read in full the clause he's attacking. That the failure to pay the amount is an admission of the debt, and that the debt shall be deemed to be a judgment debt for the amount in addition to the costs of 5% entered by a circuit court against the borrower. So my understanding is that for us to move to the D, the board would have to, with the benefit of all the documentation, go to the court to make an entry. So it is the court circuit court that would make that entry. But that is not final. You see, so the point is that, contrary to the constitutional provision he read, which argument sought to create the impression that the court's jurisdiction is being ousted by this provision, and that we are trying to create a finality, that provision talks about final judicial powers. This is not a finality. This provision, in fact, if you carefully read it, is still giving that judicial power to the judiciary, as it called raison d'etre. Nothing is being taken away from the judiciary. Perhaps you may also pay attention to the fact that a defendant, for want of a better word, or a beneficiary, who a judgment is being executed against or enforced against, would have the right to appeal. So that argument of yours, to the effect that, he may disagree with the amount, can still be catered for. However, if you think that we shouldn't use the word judgment, but that we should find something to replace judgment, then we can look at it. But even so, my honorable colleague, since the matter will go before a circuit court, and the circuit court judge will make the necessary entry. No, wait. You see, my respected senior colleague at the bar, a circuit court judge, upon receiving the document, will not say that by necessary implication of this enactment would just go and enter judgment. No. A judge sitting as a judge of equity will look at the necessary documentation. When did you take the facility? Is there any evidence of non-payment and all that? I believe that the judge would have the opportunity to validate the records. In all of these, perhaps we may also have to add that the defendant or the beneficiary must be on notice. It shouldn't be an ex parte. So let us look at that one, because I am unable to recline to that position by him. If it is going to be on notice, it will be sufficient. If it is going to be on notice, it will be sufficient, because then when the circuit court judge receives the document, the affected party will have the opportunity to be heard. The affected party will have the opportunity to be heard. So I think we may have to propose an amendment more elegant, which will address the question of whether or not a person in this situation must be heard in accord with rule of law. Then we can put in that it must be on notice. Once it is on notice, the affected party would have no worry at all, and then the judge would have the opportunity to hear from him before he enters final judgment. Having said all of this, it is my conclusion that the respected legislator, Oseche Mensah Bonsu, leader of the house, etc., etc. The speaker, he has his own way of intimidating you. and he has his own way of getting you to agree to his view. Mr. Speaker, you and I know, but, but Mr. Speaker, I will agree with him in another way. Mr. Speaker, he makes a point to me off record that there would have been a demand notice, but I would respectfully contend that that is the first step. That demand notice is the first step. It is a failure that will lead to the final entry. But I'm saying that when the documents are going to the circuit court, it shouldn't be ex parte. That would address the concerns of my respected colleague who is taking advantage of the length for reconciliation, and he has to come properly. Yes, he would have to come properly because we are having the benefit of length. So, Mr. Speaker, I shall conclude by saying that he must abandon the proposed amendment and then introduce an amendment which will have an express provision requiring notice to be served on the beneficiary or the affected party or the judgment debtor in the said entry. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Honourable members, let me be guided. Please, let me be guided. I see that all the proposed amendments are in relation to 26(5) of Act 820. Has anything been done to 26(4) already? 26(4). I see. Very well. Yes, available leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, we can all look at the language of B very carefully. It's in twofold. That the failure to pay the amount is an admission of the debt. And the debt shall be deemed to be a judgment, the first leg. Then the second leg is, in addition of 5% entered by the borrower. Now, this issue that we are arguing here is that how can failure to pay a debt be a judgment debt? Be deemed to be a judgment debt. It means that of that failure to pay being deemed to be a judgment debt, it will definitely be in breach of natural justice because no opportunity would have been given to the debtor to be heard before saying that the debt is deemed to be a judgment debt. And Mr. Speaker, we all know that in obtaining judgment, you are either obtaining a judgment from a court of competent jurisdiction or a quasi-judicial body. And one of the key elements before getting to the judgment table is giving hearing to those parties. So where a debt is deemed to be a judgment, it means that there wouldn't be any hearing to the parties. And if you make the law this way, it will be in breach of natural justice. Now, the further provision is saying that the board shall, without any further recourse to the borrower, proceed to execute or enforce the judgment for the recovery of the loan or any balance outstanding in an appropriate manner. How? Mr. Speaker, even in a court of competent jurisdiction, if you obtain judgment from a Supreme Court, you are enjoined to serve entry of judgment on the person before you can resort to execution of that particular judgment or enforcement of that particular judgment. And justice emanates from the people of Ghana and it is administered by the judiciary. If that is the judicial process, how can Parliament enact this provision? Mr. Speaker, that is what we are talking about.
I'm wondering how you would enforce it. Are you going to use the court system? if it is intended to use a court system, how will a judgment deemed from a notice enter the court system to be enforced? I think that's where we should consider. Let me listen to the proposal and then I'll come back to you. Yes.
Speaker, indeed, I listened carefully to my deputy majority leader. That is why my early amendment, which was defeated, sought to get 4B completely taken out. Because the impression being created there is that, in fact, they are considering that deeming of the amount due and owed, which has fallen into a default, as the judgment of a circuit court, not even a magistrate court. And we know that the courts, they are jurisdictional matters in terms of liquidated claims. And now the jurisdiction of the magistrate courts is being extended to 50,000. 500, I'm guided. So, when the matter we speak of is such a serious matter that somebody who owes part of a student's loan that he took in the course of his tertiary education and portion has fallen into a default is so huge that it will be deemed to be a judgment entered against him at the circuit level. But we know that an admission is an Order 23 matter, CI 47. So even if you proceed against the matter in a court of law, he ought to have come to court under Order 23 to admit that, yes, I admit I owe the plaint against me. And so I pray that I be given time to pay. And again, we are saying that they will enter the judgment against him. So these are very serious matters, serious civil procedural matters. That is why my leader ought to have averted his mind to the next provision, which I'm actually attacking, that where the board is being asked not to have no recourse to the borrower, they ought not to be deeming that to be a judgment. They now have the power to proceed to a court of law. To proceed to a court of law and obtain judgment so that you can recover the amount due. That is why the 5% penal interest being applied in the provision immediately above this, I don't have a qualm with it. Because it appears we are intransigent. You've taken the money, you don't want to pay. You've been given all opportunities, you don't want to pay. So I see the hesitancy, but these are real situations. Mr. Speaker, you could be in your vehicle on the highway and they are levying execution, they are enforcing it, they will stop you and take your car. So it can be subject of abuse. So we ought to be careful there. That's why I think that my proposed amendment should be carried. I thank you.
Yes, leader.
I'm enjoying the arguments, but there are certain things that must be clear. The court would determine the judgment date. No.
Where,
No. Mr. Speaker.
Where in the
Okay, sure. Mr. Speaker, may I read?
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, permit me to proceed to read it aloud. That the failure to pay the amount is an admission of the debt.
Which
Mr. Speaker, with respect, D. We are dealing with the D.
5D.
Yes. B. 4B. Yes. 4B.
Mr. Speaker, if I may clarify, the amendment 5D, but yes, but we are making the argument flowing from 4C. Yes, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, so if you read B, that the failure to pay the amount is an admission of the debt, and that the debt shall be deemed to be a judgment for the amount, in addition to cost
of 5% entered by a court against the borrower. Mr. Speaker, clearly, this provision is not talking about the board on its own assuming judgment debts. No. Let's understand that we are starting from somewhere where you've been served notice, a demand notice, failing which the board will now proceed with all the evidence. Wait. Don't let us forget the rule in strict liability. We have a strict liability provisions in our laws where the burden shifts. What this provision is simply saying is that when a demand notice has been served on you and you have failed to redeem it, that becomes a debt you owe, full and final. However, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable, in a strict liability situation, that will become a presumption that you owe, and unless you prove otherwise, judgment will be held against you.
Mr. Speaker, that is correct.
An action would have been instituted. What is Mr.
Speaker, the difference here is that on this occasion, the whole proceedings emanate as an administrative proceedings. Now, the board will not proceed to make that pronouncement except to take it to the circuit court. So, Mr. Speaker, all that they are saying is that the final determination of the matter will be made by the courts. And, Mr. Speaker, that is why in my earlier submission I said that what is not clear indeed is whether or not the affected party will be on notice. That's when I concede that there is no clarity as to whether the affected party will be on notice. So perhaps we may have to look at this B provision to say that whatever proceedings at the circuit court will be on notice. Once the affected party is on notice, then you will be able to make a case that the document that have been submitted to the court for same to be entered as a judgment there is a problem with it. I disagree with the figures. 2, because he is on notice that this has been entered against him, he would now know what to do if it gets to the execution. In any event, if he is on notice that such records are being sent to the court for the court to make an entry of judgment against him, he will be able to engage a lawyer if he disagrees with whatever was served on him earlier as a demand notice. So I think that we should rather make an express provision in B for the proceedings to be on notice. In fact, Mr. Speaker,
in the meantime, where is the law providing for proceedings in the circuit court?
But B says so. If you look at B.
Well, let's read B.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm reading again. That the failure to pay the amount is an admission of the debt. And that the debt shall be deemed to be a judgment for the amount in addition to the cost of 5% entered by a circuit court against the borrower.
Right.
Yes.
So when did we start the proceedings?
Mr. Speaker, the proceedings commences at the very point where such records are entered in the records of the circuit court. Mr. Speaker, it is not for nothing that we're saying that when the final demand notice is served on you and you fail, the matter will go to court. So, Mr. Speaker, perhaps we may have to.
Where does it say to go to court?
Mr. Speaker, if you read that provisions clearly, one thing which is obvious. Okay, Mr. Speaker, before we even go to the 4B, let's deal with 523 B3. where the borrower fails to repay or make a satisfactory arrangement to repay the loan in accordance with the notice of demand, the board shall publish the name of the borrower in a daily newspaper of national circulation. Then it goes to C. The publication shall state the amount owed and that shall be paid within 1 month of publication. Then the next leg is the fact that such records of your liability don't have to go to court. Mr. Speaker, perhaps we may have to draft the B-well for clarity.
Can we save time? It's obvious that we want the procedure to follow a certain that after the publication we will go to court. But at the court, we don't have to prove anything. Right. So that's where I
Mr. Speaker, then let the draft persons clarify to ensure clarity.
Amendment proposed here said that delete all this and issue legal action to recover. It covers it. So I think that amendment is legitimate. Let's save time.
Now, with respect, his amendment, Mr. Speaker, his amendment has to do with the D5. So I think that if we tidy up the B, as you are saying, and there's clarity of notice, there would be no need to touch the D5. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree with you that draft persons must ensure clarity on the B so that we can make progress. I thank you, so that we don't waste time. I agree.
Yes. Hey, birthday girl. How was the birthday yesterday?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In addition to that, I think the bill should state by what means you go to court. Because you cannot just go to court with these processes. It has to emanate from a rate. And so I don't see how the bill is even helping the trust to do anything. If you serve notice that somebody should pay money and the person does not pay, you cannot go to court by any process or letter unless you institute a proper legal process of issuing a rate. Anything short of that will not suffice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So that should be incorporated properly in it.
We don't only go to court through a rate.
No, for the purposes of liquidated demands, you must issue a rate.
No, not necessarily. I beg to disagree.
Okay, let's the draft person is advising that we should defer that so they'll tidy it up, so we can proceed it. So I propose to defer consideration of item VI. Is that acceptable? That is where the proposed amendment is. Is that right? Item VI. Very well. So consideration of item VI is deferred. VII.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Item VII, clause 5, amendment proposed. Paragraph E, subsection 6, delete and insert the following. Subject to any other relevant laws, the board in the execution of a court judgment obtained against a borrower may attach the contributions of the borrower made to any scheme under the National Pensions Act 2008 Act 776 or any pension scheme operated and managed by any institution in the country. Mr. Speaker, the basis for this proposed amendment, which is quite different from the one carried in the bill, is to the effect that in the amendment proposed in the bill, the role of the court is missing. And so I seek to the role of the court in this one, and to also suggest that once that is done, then they can attach by way of levying execution contributions from other schemes of the judgment debtor, properly so called in this matter. Then also, I think I propose amendment in respect of the controlling the opening phrase, subject to any other relevant laws. What is being proposed by the proponents of the bills, despite any law to the contrary. And so that's where the differences are. I thank you for the opportunity.
But why do you want it to be subject to and not despite, and not in spite of?
Mr. Speaker, this is because we have a substantive law on matters of this nature, Borrowers and Lenders Act, which is in effect. So if there are any relevant provisions in that act that will affect the processes at this stage of recovery, they will become applicable. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with him, but I have a proposal that we equally defer this one too, because consequent upon the drafting language in the previous one, this one can also be tidied up.
Very well. I would have. You want the recovery of this loan to be a priority. And so if this is subject to any other law, then rather than making it a priority, you're subjecting it to other laws. Yes. So the language as it is now, in my view, may be better, in spite of any other law. This law should have
Mr. Speaker, and my suggestion is premised on the fact that there are already laws as to how execution should be levied. Movables before the immovables. So those guidelines are also there, which will go a long way to guide the drafters in coming out with the appropriate renditions.
Very well. You agree to your proposed amendment?
Yes, particularly if you look at Order 45 of CI 47, because we are saying this will be a judgment delivered at the circuit court. So it's CI 47 that's applicable. So the procedure in levying execution, when you obtain judgments against a judgment debtor, will become applicable. And yes, so those procedure you have to follow in order to levy execution. And so.
Very well. I agree to I'll defer consideration of item VII. Now we'll proceed to item VIII. Also in the name of the Honorable Member for Norton. South Day or North Day? South Day.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, item VII plus 5, amendment proposed, paragraph G, subsection 7, delete and insert the following. The board may, pursuant to a court order, request any scheme established under the National Pensions Act 2008 Act 776, or any pension scheme operated and managed by any institution in the country to provide information on any contribution made by a borrower to that scheme, and the contributions shall be attached for the repayment of a loan under this act. Humbly submitted, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the basis for this amendment, which is quite different from what's being proposed, is that to ask another institution to provide information on a borrower, that's a third party. You ought to do so pursuant to a court order, because the borrower would have been a subject. Sorry. Very well. So, Mr. Speaker, consequentially, I'll leave that. I pray that you defer it to the drafter to tidy up. I thank you.
Very well. The draft person will take note of this one also for redrafting. Item IX.
Thank you,
Chairman of the
Speaker.
committee.
New clause. Amendment proposed. Add the following. Clause after clause 6. Liabilities and recoveries. 1. the liabilities of a guarantor under a loan contracted before the coming into force of this Act shall continue to remain in force until the loan is repaid in full. 2. The procedure for the recovery of a loan contracted before the...
Chairman, kindly hold on. I think before we get to the new clause, let's deal with subclause 6 on the
Section
bill.
27 of Act 820 amended.
Honourable members, there's no advertised amendment to subclause 6. All in favour of subclause 6 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, the ayes have it. Subclause 6 is ordered to form part of the bill. Now you may continue with the new clause, Honourable Chairman.
The procedure for the recovery of a loan contracted before the coming into force of this Act shall continue to remain in force until the loan is repaid in full. I so move.
No members for the consideration of the House. All in favour of the new clause being part of the bill, say aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. The new clause is ordered to stand part of the bill. Shall we do the long title now?
An Act to amend the Student Loan Trust Fund Act 2011, Act 820, to repeal Section 19 of Act 820, to dispense with the requirements of a grantor and to provide for related matters.
Amendment proposed. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Long title. Amendment proposed. Lines 1 and 2. Delete, repeal Section 19 of Act 820. 2. End of quote. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Now, members, for the consideration of the House. All in favour of the House. All in favour of the proposed amendment, say aye. Aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, the long title as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favour, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The long title as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. We shall defer consideration until we conclude with the... So that brings us to the end of consideration for today. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader, your guidance, please.
Mr. Speaker, if we can deal with item listed as 8. Item 8.
Item 8, presentation of papers.
That is so.
Very well. Item 8, presentation of papers.
Mr. Speaker, if I may seek the indulgence of the House to allow the Deputy Minister for Finance to present the papers listed as item 8A, Roman numbers 1, 2, and 3.
Very well. Yes, available leader. Do you have any objection to the Deputy Minister presenting on behalf of the
No, Mr. Speaker. I think it's in order. Thank you.
Very well. Item 8AI. Honorable Deputy, yes.
Ghana's subscription to 11,996 shares allocated by the International Finance Corporation of the World Bank Group.
The paper is duly presented. Is referred to on Finance to consider and report. Item AII.
Buyer's credit agreements between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the Government of India, acting through the Export-Import Bank of India, for an amount of 24,984,410 United States dollars to finance the implementation of the establishment of assembly plant for tractors, black hole loaders, and fabrication of agriculture implements in Ghana.
The paper is duly presented. Is referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. Item 8AIII.
Request for waiver of import duty, import get fund levy, import NHIL, import VAT, exim levy, and special import levy, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 1,742,123 United States dollars on materials, equipment, and machinery required to be procured for the implementation of the establishment of assembly plants for tractors, backhoe loaders, and fabrication of agriculture implements in Ghana.
The paper is duly presented. It's referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. Yes. What next?
Speaker, I'm coming. Speaker, can we do 8B? And because it's a related facility, to allow the Deputy Minister for Finance to present the paper on behalf of the Minister for Food and Agriculture.
Very well. Item 8B by the Minister for Food and Agriculture. This who will do it on his behalf? The Deputy Minister for Finance? Very well. Yes. Item 8B.
Contract agreements between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, and the Action Construction Equipment Limited of India, for an amount of 24,984,410 United States dollars to finance the implementation of the establishment of assembly plants for tractors, backhoe loaders, and fabrication of agriculture implements in Ghana.
The paper is duly presented. It's referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. It's referred to the Committee on Agric to consider and report. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, nothing now remains. We are entirely in your hands, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honourable members, the House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow, Thursday, the 3rd of March 2022, at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.